I could easily cut your hand and your right hand, and what are you really gonna do?
Did she fall or
Yes.
Yes, fell on the ground.
Yes.
So you pushed her against the wall or?
No, I pushed her back for myself.
And she
She fell on, came back at me again. I was like, stop, grabbed her. She's trying to punch me, but I got her arms, you know. I was like, stop. So she was on the ground, sitting down, and I grabbed her like this. I did not touch her. I grabbed her. I said, let's go.
You know.
And tried to get her upstairs.
Yes, yep. And she's swinging on me. I'm like, yeah, it's all I'm doing is, even if she's hitting me, I'm taking them, But when it gets out, she can hit. Like, whenever, that pushed her. That was the worst I did to her.
Even as police ask things that would make the average person anxious or uncomfortable, Fonte responds with an eerie flippancy.
Those scratches, you got a couple scratches.
I do? Yeah, probably.
From her. Does she have long nails or?
I don't know. I mean, she's not like a diva, like normal.
They look kind of like nail marks or something, so.
Yeah.
In addition to the scratches police observed on his face, police find similar marks on Fonte's chest and both sides of his neck.
So, you brought her upstairs?
Yeah. I mean, we're fighting, going upstairs. She goes upstairs. I'm like, this is the last straw. I'm like, get out. I'm screaming. I'm like, we're done.
We're done.
Goes over. She's
You're
about
done.
From me to the corner away. And there's that little, like knife thing,
With a bunch of knives?
Yeah. She pulls it out. And I'm like, okay, there's a stairs right here. I'm standing on the stairs between the kitchen right here, and I got my other foot on the downstairs. She is over here. She grabs a knife after we're in, like, the most heated of the argument. She grabs a knife. So I'm thinking, she's coming at me. So I'm on this, got my foot on the kitchen and my back foot on the door. I grab the door for it, thinking she's gonna, come at me. I'm coming, and she just, and I just started freaking out.
Okay.
That's the most mad I've ever been at anybody in my whole life. But even though she did that, it was really scary.
She didn't make any attempt to come at you?
No.
She didn't?
Nope, not with a knife.
Okay.
In the midst of Fonte's reenactment, the officer also throws in a subtle question about Sam and the knife, one that may be designed to prevent any future claims of self-defense, should Fonte be intentionally deceiving them.
And I just lost it, dude.
So that's where all the blood came from, is you trying to...
I don't know. I can't tell you that for sure. I would assume so. I did not,
Right.
When that happened...
But you went over there and tried to help her, is what I'm saying?
She stabbed herself, and I was like, what the... And I was like, what the... I went up, and I didn't even touch her, I don't think.
As Fonte retells the story to different officers and detectives, slight differences emerge. He will later claim that he checked for Sam's pulse, but couldn't feel it.
She is okay, though?
Yeah, as far as I know, like I said, I didn't really see her. I didn't really...
Who told you that she was okay?
One of the officers told us that she was okay. And the EMS that was transporting her, also said that she was doing fine.
I just want to know she made it. That's it. I don't care about anything else.
Yeah.
Is she breathing?
Shut up! You're over here! You tell me if she's breathing!
It's fine. I'm not that level of my conscience,
Yeah.
So, if she's fine, not necessarily saying I feel better, but I do.
Despite seeming confident here, Fonte had some concerns when he first stepped in the interrogation room.
I'm cool, right? Like, do I need to protect myself?
What do you mean?
Like, I'm not doing it, like, I'm cool, right? There's no, like,
No, not
tricks or
no. Basically why we're doing it in here, just because it's going to be recorded.
Right, it's fine.
Yeah.
That's fine.
I mean, everything's recorded anyways, but...
Sure. I just want to protect myself.
Yeah, no.
Fonte seems to sense that he may be in trouble if he keeps talking, but he stops short of asking for a lawyer.
Bloodveld.
Officer Wall steps out, and two detectives arrive to finally begin their interview with Fonte.
I don't feel that I'm in the wrong. I would have never forgave myself if she would have died right there, and that wasn't my fault. Like, I care about the girl, but she has issues and we can't be together. She is very good, just when she drinks, it's not good. She's a really good person. Like, I don't want you guys to get the wrong foot on her. I'm not, like, I want nothing to do, I don't want contact, nothing like that. That's crazy to me.
As the detective asks more pointed questions, Fonte stresses multiple times that he has no interest in seeing or speaking with Sam ever again.
The scratch and stuff, and you got like a little bruise on your, was that from her or?
Had it been. I don't want, like I said, like, I don't want to press any charges. Like, I don't want nothing.
This guy's a retarded. He's like, I don't want to
That's
press
all I
any
want.
charges. Like,
Finally,
motherfucker, you're the one getting the
officer
charges
that
pressed
shot
against
was
you.
cool, told me she was
Stupid.
alright. That's all I wanted to know. If it wasn't already done, it's that, what, do you need somebody to stab themselves in the stomach for you to say, go? I guess I do. Are we done? I'm not. I'm tired, man. Like, I've had 3 people come, I'm answering the same questions for you guys. Am I arrested or not?
Oh, we're still,
Just a question.
man, we're still kind of trying to piece things together, to be
Am I
honest with you.
arrested or not?
I honestly don't have a straight answer for you. I
I need one, or else I'm gonna leave.
Okay, well, let me figure out, because the county attorney's outside, and let me talk to them.
Sounds good.
Later, a deposition of Sam's ex-boyfriend would reveal an incident that rings eerily familiar to the one that Fonte has been describing to police. In his statement, Sam's former boyfriend describes an argument between himself and Sam that ended in her suddenly and angrily reaching for none other than a knife. But he alleges the fight ended when he took the weapon away from her, before she could harm either one of them.
That's
the similarities are hard to ignore. 2 fights, 2 different boyfriends, and 2 knives pulled in the heat of the moment. But as Fonte's grandfather alleges in an exclusive interview, Sam's past relationship may have been a catalyst for this type of behavior. Here he makes a claim about Sam and her ex. Note that he's not talking about Fonte, but rather the same ex-boyfriend who gave a deposition about Sam reaching for a knife during an argument.
They fought a lot and actually fought physically. And evidently it was physically the point that he would hit her.
If these allegations are true, Sam may have felt that her argument with Fonte would also turn physical, leading her to grab a weapon, perhaps in self-defense. But this case is anything but clear-cut. Sam was diagnosed first with borderline personality disorder and then later with bipolar
That
disorder.
funny eye says it all, bro.
She reportedly told a hospital staff member,
Crazy.
I feel every day and no one will help me. Confidential documentation would later allude to Sam's intent to end her life, perhaps on multiple occasions, as well as the means by which she would do so, stating that she would grab whatever she could find. But Sam eventually began a treatment plan that seemed to stabilize her condition. In fact, Sam paid a visit to her psychiatrist just 1 day before the incident, and the medical note suggests she was doing well. She rated herself with a low depression score. In any case, police need something more
That's usually
concrete
what
to
people
guide their
with depression
investigation.
do to get the eyes off them and then
What
commit suicide.
to make somebody want to stab themselves in the stomach? Yeah. You get what you feel me? Like, yeah. I hope somebody believes me. 'Cause it looks bad, I have blood on my thumb and my shirt. But I'm left-handed though. That makes me look a little good, right? I hope. I've got taken her to counselors. You stab yourself in the stomach. I'm not a whatever the people that do. I don't know. She's nuts. I know that. She's all girls are crazy. She's a little more crazy.
What's up, Jay?
But not like that. There's a switch that hits sometimes, and she just comes
I mean,
at
was
me.
she like cursing at you, like,
Oh, yeah.
yeah, you know, that kind of stuff? Or?
Yeah. Well, that's any girl, right? You know. She's a fucking furious female.
What Fonte doesn't know is that police will soon get more first-hand accounts of what happened at Easy Street. And this time, the details come from Sam's friends. Sam was with 3 different women at the bar, and
Usually
according
watch
to their
Game 7s for
statements,
sports.
she sat in her parked car outside of Easy Street at one point, crying. In the heat of her argument with Fonte, he allegedly threw her cell phone and purse.
Damn.
When one of the friends went inside to retrieve her things, Fonte reportedly refused, snapping that Sam could get the phone herself. And in our interview with Fonte, he doesn't dispute this.
I mean, the whole rest of the night, Sam and I were just really arguing a lot, and she just kept leaving from the bar and coming back several times. And each time she just came back more and more, like intoxicated. She was actually prescribed Xanax and Adderall, and when she mixed them, like when she was drinking, it's always bad. Plus, she was on a lot of antidepressants and things like that, so it got worse and worse as the night went on.
And as the bar neared closing, friends say they offered Sam a ride. For a potentially life-changing moment, she considered leaving with them. Sam and her friends were interrupted when Fonte approached her car. Witnesses recall overhearing Fonte, and it was clear to them that he didn't want her to leave with friends. Ultimately, Sam decides to drive herself and Fonte back home. If eyewitness accounts are true, it seems Fonte left several details out of his original timeline. Maybe these omissions can be written off as nerves or lingering intoxication, but police are still left wondering what else they don't know. Soon they would get a surprising piece of evidence from Fonte's phone, one that would prove very difficult to refute. The detectives from earlier return once again, this time to reveal the shocking truth they've been keeping from Fonte, flipping everything you think you know about this case on its head. But this is just the first of many twists in this case, as you'll see by the end.
We're investigators, you get that, right?
Yeah.
Cool. So this matter is pretty serious.
I get it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Bad news is she didn't make it. Your girlfriend is dead. Yeah, I'm sorry to break that to you, but this is the seriousness of this.
As he's confronted with the terrible news that Sam has died, Fonte appears to freeze. He's been highly animated until this moment. It could be the shock of loss, but his response seems to be an example of cognitive overload, and could be him processing what to do next and if he now may be facing charges. He's clearly reeling.
So I know you're a little... She did not make it.
Sounds like he's laughing like the Joker.
can't, man. I can't do it. I don't deserve to do that. Oh my God, dude. Oh man. I called him, dude. I called him so fast. I called him, dude. I called him, bro. They didn't come, man.
Earlier, Fonte appeared to be relieved when he was told that Sam was doing okay and calmed down considerably. This is significant because typically a guilty person would likely be panicked, knowing that the victim is still alive to tell the true story. However, once he's told she's dead, he lost it again. Alternatively, at the news of Sam's death, he could now be realizing just how serious the consequences could be.
Fonte, why didn't you have a seat for me and I'll go
I can't take
me somewhere, man. This ain't gonna work. We gotta go. No, I'm not on, dude. Do what you gotta do.
Oh, hold on. Just have a seat with me right now.
Don't stand up with me, please.
I'm gonna give you some tissues, okay?
Well, you just take me somewhere. I'm not chilling in here.
Where do you want to go? Where do you want to go?
I don't know where I want to go. I don't know what this chair, dude. Get me out of here if I don't need to be here. God damn it! Why don't you people get? Yeah.
You need to stay calm with us.
Yeah, you need to go through this. Am I here or am I not here?
You're here. We're trying
Go,
to...
can I go?
No. And that's what we're trying to slow and deliberate. We got
Okay, what do I need to do for you people?
We're getting search warrants, as I explained.
Okay.
We're going slow and deliberate. This is a serious matter. You need to cooperate with us.
I've been cooperating the whole time.
Absolutely.
You out there lied to me and said
I know.
that he was fine.
She's not
She said she was fine.
I'm right
Yeah.
here. Straight up with you.
Yeah, I know that.
Straight up with you.
He lied.
I know.
He lied.
I don't know what was said.
He lied.
Not
That officer, that young 25-year-old, the same age as me. He said you're just like me and you. Looked me dead in the eye and said everything was cool. Made me feel comfortable. She's dead.
I need you to turn around, and we have to put some handcuffs on you, okay?
Where are we
Is
going?
that fair?
Where are we
If
going?
you want some fresh air, I'll get you some fresh air so you can...
I want to smoke a cigarette.
I can't let you smoke.
This would be a good time to let Fonte take a break and go
Yeah,
out for a
I was
cigarette.
about to say, you let that man go have one. Yesterday was your 14th birthday. Happy
Brett,
birthday, you old
A
bastard.
cigarette can be an incredibly useful tool to bond in the interrogation room, as allowing someone to take a break is a
How was
great
your
way to
birthday?
build rapport, and it's sometimes even referred to as a talking stick, as it helps get information out of people. It would have been a good idea to take this kind of break here because, as you'll soon see, Fonte is about to be out of control, and a smoke break may have helped.
Let me go. I do not care. If you're not arresting me, get me the out of here. I'm going to freak out, dude. If you're not arresting me, I'm going to walk out this room right now.
You're being detained. You're not going to walk out.
Okay.
Fonte is told he's now being detained, which is an indication that he's in custody as he's not being allowed to leave. The police likely intentionally withheld telling him this in order to keep him talking. If they'd told him earlier, there's a chance he would not have agreed to talk to them. This is why it's so important to ask for a lawyer before ever speaking to police. However, it is not illegal for the police to withhold explicitly telling Fonte he is being detained until now when he attempts to leave.
Search warrant is for your person, your body, so we're doing that. We're going to collect some things from you. Your clothing, your vehicle swabs, your phone.
Dude, I can't process what you're saying to me right
Okay, I
now.
know.
Dude, are you going to take me to jail?
No.
Or what are you going to do? Dude, you don't get it. You think I can just sit here right now? I'm about to freak out.
I know, but you need to...
I've been calm with you guys the whole time.
Out of here.
Hey, I'm going to kill your wife. How you going to feel? You're going to sit here. Yeah, I'm going to be... No, you're not. No, you're not. And don't look at me in the eye like you are.
I agree.
No.
I agree with you.
No.
I'd say that.
Let me go.
No.
Well, then take me somewhere.
In our exclusive interview, Fonte discussed his seemingly unusual demeanor during the interrogation and what he says he was going through in these moments.
Initially, when I came down to the police station, I was led to believe that Sam was still alive. You know, that officer said man to man, she's getting help right now and she's going to be fine. And he had no knowledge of that at all. I don't know if he just said that so I would calm down or what, but I was pretty lighthearted about it because I'm thinking that she's alive, right? And after I'm done telling the story, they tell me, oh, we have some bad news. Your girlfriend didn't make it. And I just went right back to being hysterical. I was screaming. I was angry that they had lied to me. Yeah, I just really just lost control right there. If I had thought that she wasn't alive, I would have continued to be hysterical like I was. And when they tell me that she died, I completely went back to that.
I don't not like you guys. You don't get it. You've never had this happen to you.
I agree.
No,
But you're right that we haven't had this happen to us.
Oh my God! Get me out of here, please! Talk to them! Get me out of here! I'm freaking out!
As first responders exhausted all efforts to save Sam that morning, they were soon faced with a grim reality.
Her age is the only thing helping us right now.
We're on scene with approximately a female in her 20s, 2 stab wounds to the chest. Everything's CPR right now, but she is asystolic on the monitor.
After providing Sam with CPR and AED support for almost 10 minutes, they were still unable to detect a heartbeat. So at 2:32 a.m., first responders called her time of death. We spoke to Sam's older sister, Cassie, and she shared her memories of Sam before this heartbreaking moment.
Face, what's up?
Sam was my younger sister, but she was always bigger, faster, smarter than me. She was something else. She loved animals, dogs and cats especially. She loved caring for other people.
And while Sam slipped away, a strange exchange was taking place on the front porch.
Hello. Can you close my door if you don't mind? Sorry, I had it closed before, but the little rascal came fucking scavenging his way in here somehow.
Fonte was in total hysterics outside the home, and one officer's body camera captured an alarming statement, one that seemed to hint at what may have happened early that morning.
Oh my God,
Relax,
dude.
man.
No, I
Relax.
can't relax, dude. She just stabbed us on the stomach over nothing, dude. I called you that so long ago, and there's still not an ambulance. There's on the floor, dude.
Relax.
Hey, yeah, you relax. Go stab your spouse in the face.
Stop.
I'll tell you to relax. You stop. What more can you do to me?
Homie said go
Physical
stab
evidence
you,
from the scene suggested Fonte's
Wow.
hair-raising comment may have been more than jumbled words in a moment of distress. However, in our interview, Fonte addresses his seemingly chilling statement to police in front of the house.
At the time, I didn't know that police had to come and make sure the scene was safe for, ambulance and first responders. I felt like no one was helping her, and if I was just weak and just didn't have, anything left, They kept telling me to stand up, and I just eventually just exploded. And I just told them, I'll stab your spouse in the face and you try and relax. And I didn't say that because I hurt anyone or did anything. I just had so many different emotions and it just came out like that. Like what I meant was trying to say to them was you have something like this happen to you and you try to stand up and relax.
The toxicology report showed that Sam had a blood alcohol level of 0.22, as well as Xanax, Prozac, marijuana, benzodiazepine, and cocaine in her system. Drinking alcohol.
What the fuck? This bitch was off the deep end. All these downers and then a couple uppers, no wonder bitch was just looped the fuck out. She loopy. $699 more to go.
Alcohol while taking certain medication can be very dangerous. Xanax and Prozac are nervous system depressants. When combined with alcohol, Xanax can greatly increase the chances of severe impairments, including sedation, blackouts, and even seizures.
Hey, you relax.
It also can cause the person to become out of control and display anxiety, depression, mood swings, or aggression. When Xanax is mixed with alcohol, it also takes a lot less alcohol for the person to get intoxicated. Additionally, alcohol interferes with the effectiveness of antidepressant medications.
Rocky.
So if Sam was drinking regularly, and especially if she's drinking several drinks at a time, her antidepressants, specifically Prozac, were likely not working the way they should. Mixing Prozac and cocaine can increase the risk of serotonin syndrome, a potentially life-threatening condition characterized by agitation, confusion, rapid heart rate, high blood pressure, and hyperthermia. Combining substances is very dangerous and unpredictable. In the kitchen, a suspicious dent in the dishwasher near Sam's body suggested a struggle took place. As for Sam, she was visibly disheveled. Both of her boots were kicked off her feet, and her hair was pulled out of her ponytail. She also sustained multiple injuries, including a large bruise on her forehead, injuries to her scalp, and bruising on her nose and inside of her mouth. 2 long, deep cuts were present on the back of her right hand. According to the medical examiner, these were indicative of self-defense, but this has been the subject of some debate. Sam also had scratch marks on her stomach, several small injuries to her lower body, and a total of 19 abrasions on her left chest. A shocking piece of evidence will soon be revealed that might explain some of these injuries. Whatever happened, it was violent. But Fonte's family isn't convinced he did anything but defend himself.
There was some evidence that he had pushed her, but he had to get her off of him because she was biting through her cheek, his cheek.
In our conversation with Fonte, he shares more details about what happened in the basement as he and Sam argued.
I said, just leave, like, get out of my house, please, you know. And I was cussing at her, you know, and, you know, calling her names and stuff like that. I'm not proud of, but I was just really frustrated. Not long after that, she stood up like she was going to leave, and she just started punching me in the face. I was screaming at her, and she just keeps trying to punch me, so we're wrestling around, and eventually I get off of her, and I have, like, her hands pinned down. As I'm yelling at her, she, like, leans up and starts biting my face, and, like, she ends up getting, like, her teeth, like, on my cheek, and just, it's like, it's really sinking in, and I'm trying to pull away, and she's like, I'm feeling like she's gonna, like, take a chunk out of my cheek, so I didn't know what else to do, so I took my thumb, and I started, like, pressing it against her eyelid. Immediately when I did that, she stopped biting me, and I immediately stopped as well, and I just stood up, and I said, please, you know, leave, like, I don't want anything to do with you anymore. She just looks at me and, like, kind of, like, just gives me this, like, a weird, like, smile. We get to the top of the stairs. She, instead of going left, like, she was about to leave, she goes straight into the kitchen, and she grabs the butcher knife, and she turns around and faces me. And instead of coming after me, she takes the knife, and she stabs herself, which I thought was in her stomach, but it was actually in her, like, sternum, like, chest area. And it looked like she went, like, halfway in and then more in. And I just completely panicked.
But the main aggressor in the argument isn't the only subject of debate. There's also the issue of the knife. The blade that Sam supposedly stabbed herself with was found 10 feet from her body on the living room carpet.
Stabbed herself through it.
In order for the knife to land in the living room, Sam would have to muster the energy to fling the blade into the next room as she bled out. 2 of Sam's 3 stab wounds fully punctured her chest, with the knife plunging into her heart and her right lung. Court documents describe both wounds as independently fatal, both rendering her incapacitated immediately. But this claim begs the question, would it be possible for Sam to puncture her chest fatally at least 2 times? One expert weighing in on Sam's case stated that multiple stab wounds were found in 0% of self-inflicted deaths. However, the study was limited to a review of blade wounds for only a 10-year period, and only in Vermont. The medical examiner also explained that trajectory of the knife was important. In Sam's case, the orientation of the stab wounds were either oblique or vertical, which is rare when self-inflicted, as it forces someone to hold the knife at an awkward angle. It's important to note that despite these claims, professional opinions still vary. In the same Vermont study referenced by experts in this case, researchers noted that circumstantial evidence plays a crucial role in determining who caused blade wounds, as no characteristics they studied were surefire signs of homicide or self-infliction. Additionally, there are many other cases where people had similar wounds and did not die instantaneously. According to WHO estimates, approximately 1.6% to 3% of self-inflicted deaths were performed with a bladed weapon. For example, a 30-year-old man was found dead in his flat with more than 40 stab wounds to his neck, chest, and abdomen. These wounds were arranged in isolated groups, within which they showed similar directions and had a transverse orientation. It appeared that, like Sam, the man consumed cocaine, and all of his wounds were self-inflicted. Another example is that of a 72-year-old woman who was found dead in her bedroom with a 4-centimeter vertical stab wound in the abdomen, similar to Sam's. A blood-covered knife was found in the top drawer of her bedside table, along with bloodstains in every room of her apartment, consistent with long-lasting physical activity after self-stabbing. In another shocking case, a 44-year-old man stabbed himself in the heart with a kitchen knife and then ate lunch with his aunt before dying.
What the fuck?
Research shows that death can be delayed after vascular trauma like Sam's, so it's nearly impossible to be precise about the estimated length of survival time following fatal injuries like hers. An unusually shaped blood stain found near Sam's body seemed to mimic that of the large knife, suggesting the blade may have fallen beside her right hand. But court documents argue that the blood stain in question came from Sam's right hand, which smeared across the floor as first responders moved her body to render aid. But in spite of conflicting evidence and research, it's still the medical examiner's opinion that Fonte's story doesn't completely add up. Fonte argues that there's more to this scene than meets the eye.
If I was the one who grabbed the knife, why would Samantha switch places with me and put herself into a corner? I actually had another expert, his name was Dr. Brad Randall of Dakota Forensics. He explained that these were offensive wounds and not defensive wounds because they were on Sam's ring and pinky finger only, and that defensive wounds are typically pokes and slashes on the forearms, or if they're on the hands, it's usually on the palm or pointer and middle fingers from them trying to grab the blade and defend themselves. Dr. Brad Randall explained that the cuts on those two fingers were caused by Samantha stabbing herself with the blade facing down, and the knife slips when she makes contact with herself, thus cutting her ring to pinky fingers only in a diagonal cut.
In line with Fonte's statements, the medical examiner actually acknowledged that someone else might have ruled Sam's death as self-inflicted or undetermined. In fact, a second forensic pathologist brought onto the case disagreed with some of the medical examiner's findings and specified that they believed the manner of death was self-inflicted. We requested the autopsy report so that our team's certified crime scene investigator could review it, but we were denied at every turn. We received a vague report, but any officer reports and crime scene technician reports were missing. Though the autopsy would have been extremely helpful to create a better picture of what happened that night, the officer reports and crime scene reports paint the best picture. They describe what the investigators did or didn't do at the scene, and these things are especially significant in the case of a suspicious death. They also help to back up facts around an investigation, something that'll become extremely important by the end of this video as we continue the investigation despite being denied access to many reports. And what we uncovered is truly shocking. Understandably, every last detail of the case is under a microscope. According to Fonte, a major area of contention involved his initial conversations with police, where he claimed Sam had been stabbed in the stomach rather than the chest. While it's worth looking into any inconsistencies in this story, as Fonte says, Sam was wearing a loose sweatshirt, making it difficult to tell exactly where her wound was located.
When she stabbed herself, she immediately collapsed and didn't make any noise. She didn't scream or anything at all. She just turned around, looked right at me, and did it. Like, I had no idea she even seen that coming, or I didn't see that coming. I had no idea that she was about to do that at all.
Fonte doesn't dispute how strange things appear. Instead, he offers what he considers grounds for reasonable doubt.
It probably is a little hard to believe that someone would choose that way to stab themselves. It happened, and just because something's uncommon and that it's impossible or that it didn't happen. She left a bloody fingerprint near the handle, and the state said that there wasn't enough rich detail to tell if that print was made by Samantha's fingerprint or mine. Samantha had 2 cuts on her ring and pinky fingers only, so obviously the bloody fingerprint was made by her hand and not mine. That was a big thing in the trial, that they said that they don't know whose fingerprint that was.
This is the kind of thing that the officer reports and crime scene reports would be able to shed some light on if we hadn't been denied access to them. The reports would detail if the investigators used any chemicals to attempt to enhance the print in blood. There's a few common chemicals that can enhance faint traces of blood without destroying DNA, so they have no excuse not to use those. For example, they could have used a chemical called aqueous amido black, a water-based protein dye stain that enhances faint traces of blood, typically used for development of latent or patent prints. This could have helped to determine whose finger the print actually belonged to, something crucial to the case.
The police swabbed all the sinks and
Fuck,
bathtubs.
you literally opened my door
I didn't wash my
just for
hands or
that?
anything like that. There was no gloves found.
Hey,
It's also worth noting
Why?
what appears to be the same hoodie Fonte was wearing earlier, as seen on CCTV, was found in the house. However, it doesn't appear that it was even collected as evidence or tested for blood residue.
If I was the one who stabbed Samantha, I would need to be very, very close to her. But the blood spatter on the floor was very much out of reach and distance from Samantha's body. So if I was in fact the one holding the knife, how would that blood spatter on the floor several feet away be behind me? It would have hit me, and it would have been on my T-shirt.
There was no forensic evidence found to show that Fonte ever touched the knife. A blood spatter expert also stated that the small amount of blood on Fonte's T-shirt could have been deposited even if he was standing 10 feet away from Sam. As for the location of the knife, there's no clear answers, only questions.
Yeah, to this day, I do not know. I mean, when I was calling 911, I know that I was running back and forth. We talked about maybe, did I kick it? I don't believe that I kicked it. 8 to 10 feet is a distance, but it's not, extremely far. It could have bounced or anything like that. It was on like a tile floor. We also discussed the possibility of when the paramedics came in, they said that the scene was very chaotic, and I wondered if maybe one of them accidentally kicked it too. A lot of different things could have happened.
In any case, police weren't willing to let Fonte leave interrogation without more answers.
We're gonna thank my mom. You guys better thank my mom. I'm going nuts. Arrest me.
Okay, we're not going to arrest you right now.
Yeah.
But I just want to put these on just so, okay?
No.
Just so we
You guys
can
better
get
thank
some
my
fresh
mom.
air. Okay?
Yep.
Now keep in mind, right now you're not under arrest, okay?
You're making me feel like it. Somebody just killed me because of me.
I'm explaining.
And you want to put me in handcuffs. Man, can you let my hands? I promise I won't do nothing.
We got it. Just
I know. I was freaking out.
come on, man, please.
You're bigger than me. Why did she do that, man? That is so selfish, dude. They didn't really hit me yet, you know what I mean?
No, I'll see you.
No, dude. Man.
As shocking as this case has been so far, most of the twists have yet to be revealed, including a never-before-heard interview. Things are about to really go off the rails.
I'm so sorry. I loved you so much. Pray for you, baby. I can't believe. Please wake up. Wake up. Please come back. Please, Sam.
When an officer returns to keep an eye on Fonte, he continues to ramble.
I don't even know why she did that. She has some issues, but none like that. But I've only been dating her 8 months. You know what I mean? What? What could I have possibly done? You know what I mean? I've never.
Sure, it wasn't you. Someone's gonna do that to themselves. That's kind of.
Why did it have to be on me? I'm so good. I'm from here. I'm so connected with her family and her sister, and I'll always feel like this is my fault. I can't believe she's dead, man. I know she's not. I mean, she gotta be looking like salty as hell right now.
Fonte inspects his reflection in the window to get a closer look at his injuries, but can't resist yet another interesting comment, this time about the bloodstains on his shirt.
Oh, yeah, she did get me, huh? Yeah. I heard you guys talking about it, but I didn't really see. Yeah. Maybe that's my blood. Very well could be.
No matter what Fonte says, police have already found some shocking evidence in the most unlikely of places. Fonte's own cell phone. The following clip is just minutes before Sam's death, when Fonte recorded a video that partially documents their disagreement. But it's what police don't see that raises the most suspicion.
Stupid ass. Sitting here, get out my house, please. Get out my house, please. Yep.
Seriously,
Yep, get out of here. Get the rest of the stuff from here.
Don't get dumb. Okay? Don't ever get dumb. You can get out right now. Finish your talk with your boyfriend that you had. I'm not a woman beater.
In this video, there were no visible injuries to Sam's nose and forehead, suggesting she sustained them right before she died. While this video looks damning to some, Fonte's friends and family notice something different. Instead of damning proof of an attack, they see it as grounds for reasonable doubt.
When Sam comes running at him and he's laughing and he's saying, "I'm not your ex-boyfriend. I don't hurt girls. I don't do that. Like, I'm not him."
But the abrupt end to the video left many wondering what wasn't documented and why it cut off so suddenly.
The phone that I had, you had to like hold the button to like record it. Kind of like a Snapchat kind of scenario. When she came at me, she first punched me in the face and I just dropped the phone. To be honest, I'm not sure why I started recording it, and I think I just wanted her to leave. I knew that probably was going to irritate her.
Meanwhile, the disbelief some of Sam's family first felt about Fonte's guilt gradually began to shift.
After the evidence came out, it all made sense, and I completely believe that he did it.
Fonte's interrogation ends soon after, but just before officers take him away, he leaves authorities with some curious final words.
What could seriously happen worse than this? If you have something, then let me know. That's pretty bad. I'll never forgive myself.
Despite his interrogation coming to an end, some of the most shocking details were yet to be uncovered. Ultimately, the impact of Sam's death would be vast, transforming the lives of countless friends and family members entirely.
Yeah, so the evening that Samantha passed away, is one that will always be in my mind. It's a tragedy. Like I said, Samantha was a young girl. She was 21 years old.
Fonte was arrested for murder in the first degree, but it was at trial where more was revealed about what may have happened that night, and even more twists in this already shocking case. Fonte lied to police when he told them he immediately called 911. Phone records indicate Fonte made another call first, to his friend and housemate BK, who also owned the home he lived in with Sam. Along with a sobering reminder, Fonte offers a glimpse into why he made that choice.
I didn't know what to do. I called him and it rang for a couple seconds, and then I guess I was just panicking. And then I immediately called 911. I've never called 911. I've never been in a situation to call 911. Like, I didn't know what to do. I just remember realizing that was, that wouldn't help, and that's when I called 911. When people say, "Oh, you should have did this or you should have did that," like, you don't know what you would do when you get into a situation like that. When something like that happens, I don't know, you kind of just react.
However, according to court briefs, Fonte allegedly said to an officer, "I thought that was dead." When we reviewed the interrogation, we did not hear Fonte say this in the officer's presence, but rather,
"I thought she was dead."
Even so, Fonte's loved ones feel he wasn't granted a fair shot at justice.
Frankly, there were a lot of things that took place in this trial that will make you raise your eyebrows.
And he isn't kidding. Through our own investigation into this twisted case, we uncovered even more unbelievable details, including a shocking never-before-heard interview with a jury member.
Innocent till proven guilty just didn't seem like much of the case here. Like, I understand how hard it is to wrap your head around somebody doing that to themselves, but the lack of investigating before charging him forced their hand to kind of do whatever it takes to save face.
Fonte stands firm in his belief that authorities had their minds made up about him.
They completely didn't believe me from the very beginning. They immediately assumed that this was a homicide, but they did no investigation whatsoever.
We spoke to a verified source deeply involved with the case. They wished to remain anonymous in order to avoid putting their business at risk. Allegedly, when they raised questions about the nature of Sam's wounds, The police followed this person and warned them to back off. They also claimed that the town of Dubuque, Iowa is allegedly corrupt and mob-run.
He actually ended up being followed by one of the police officers, and he ended up pulling over and having a conversation with him.
According to Fonte, Sam also showed a predisposition toward violent acts and allegedly had a history that contradicts her older sister's statements about Sam's passive nature. He shares his recollection of an alleged fight between Sam and Cassie.
Sam's actually beaten her up multiple times on record. Cassie actually had to lock herself into her own room in her own house, and she busted down the door and beat her up. I mean, there's a lot of times where she was confrontational.
We asked Cassie about this alleged incident, and she had this to say, quote, "Nothing like that ever happened when Fonte was around. I believe he's trying to make Sam look like the bad person in this story. Sam and I argued at times like sisters do, but we were always very close and didn't fight often. She got physical with me once, but Fonte wasn't there." At trial, Sam's mental health records were excluded as evidence. Fonte's friend Ricky shared more about the trial.
Fonte had to waive his right between either a speedy trial or being able to cross-examine all the jurors. He had to pick one. You have the right to both, you know? So that was weird.
Court documents indicate that the judge, Monica Ackley, required Fonte to either waive his right to a speedy trial or waive his objection to the racial distribution of the all-white jury. During jury deliberations, a court officer stated that the jurors were arguing so loudly they could hear them from outside the jury room. In an exclusive EWU interview, Andrew, a holdout juror, explained his position, and upon reflection, Andrew didn't think things looked good for Fonte before the jury was even selected.
I looked around the room. There's like 200 or a little more than 200 people to select from a jury pool. I said, he's the only black person in this room.
Andrew admits he was initially very skeptical of Fonte, but he was willing to keep an open mind.
A lot of people just assumed, like I did, you know, when I saw that there was a dead girl and he's being accused of stabbing her, and I'm like, oh, yeah, he killed her. After that first day of trial, I said, I believe he killed her, Lord, but I said, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt. I'll pay attention to what goes on in the trial, and we'll go from there. As the trial went on, I became less and less convinced that he actually killed her.
Andrew's logic. The evidence presented wasn't compelling enough to say anything for certain. Among other things, he took issue with some of Sam's injuries.
So the guy that did the autopsy, when they asked him about the cuts on his hand, he didn't explain it. He just said those are defensive wounds. And when I saw where the cuts were on her fingers, I was like, that's not consistent with him stabbing her. You know, if you're being stabbed in the chest, your hands are going to instinctively fly in front of your chest to try and block the knife. You would have cuts on your hands other than where she had those cuts. See, he just dismissed it out of hand. I'm like, well, you didn't think that through very much. I mean, this was a serious matter. There was a dead girl, and he's being accused of murder. And, you know, I took it very seriously.
And according to Andrew, the judge left no question as to what the jurors were charged with deciding.
It was made very clear that if you have reasonable doubt, then you cannot convict.
But allegedly, any sense of cooperation among the jurors quickly dissipated at the first sign of conflict.
I told the other jurors, I said, you know, I've paid very close attention to what's been going on in there. And I said, based upon everything I've seen and heard, I can't convict this man. And that's when immediately the other juror said, well, if everybody's like you, then nobody would be in prison. And right there, they set the tone for the rest of that deliberation. And that's when I started to let them know that I just wasn't going to tolerate being disrespected like that, bullied, intimidated, because that's ultimately what they were trying to do to me.
But Andrew's experience went far beyond working through differences in opinion. He says some other jurors were downright antagonistic.
2 of them were attacking me. And the other girl who wasn't going to convict, they didn't treat her the way they treated me. You know, they would ask her questions. Why do you think this? Why that? They were not civilized towards me. At one point, we were like, we're not going to agree on this. Let's tell the judge that it's a hung jury. But the judge was like, nope, keep at it, keep at it, keep at it. After the confrontations, you know, it just became a very hostile room to be in. One female juror was actually crying because of all the hostility in there.
Oh,
They
what a
were
pussy.
absolutely determined to throw him into prison, and they weren't going to be persuaded.
Eventually, some of Andrew's fellow jurors allegedly accused him of not honoring his oath as a juror, and this is where Fonte's case takes another appalling turn.
That Friday, before we were dismissed for the weekend, the judge pulled all of us into the courtroom and admonished all of us that we have a responsibility as jurors to deliberate. Well, that Saturday, the next day, I wrote that note to the judge and then had it presented to her the next Monday. I asked the attendant if she gave the judge the letter, and she said, yes, I did, and she read it. Unbeknownst to me, the judge sent a note to the jury foreman asking for my identity, and they gave her my name without my knowledge of this happening. Reading that note, you can tell I was not going to convict him. I was not going to let the other jurors bully me into making a decision I didn't feel was right. She told the prosecutor and the defense attorney that she decided to have me removed from the jury before she read that note. And I know that that's a blatant lie. She lied to the prosecution and the defense. That note is why she kicked me off that jury, because that judge wanted a guilty verdict, and she purposely manipulated that verdict.
According to Andrew, the way he was treated had a ripple
That's pretty
effect on other
diabolical if
members
that's
of the
true.
jury.
The defense attorney asked me what had happened, and I told him. They said, would you be willing to come in and sign a sworn affidavit to what happened? And I said, absolutely. And the other girl who had changed her verdict out of fear, she had told them that the judge came in there after kicking me out, threatening to prosecute me and stuff like that. She said, after what they did to Andrew, she said, I'm a single mom. I don't need that kind of trouble, so I changed my verdict just to protect myself, which is exactly what that judge wanted.
Ultimately, after Andrew was ousted from the jury, his replacement, as well as the remaining jurors, voted to convict Fonte of murder in the second degree in 2018. He was sentenced to 50 years in prison. We reached out to Judge Ackley for comment, but didn't hear back. We also reached out to the other jurors, but they declined to be interviewed. In 2020, the Supreme Court agreed to give the case a second look. The first judgment was reversed, granting Fonte a new trial. But Fonte's victory was short-lived. Andrew noticed a similar theme with the second trial, which was presided over by the same judge.
What?
Investigator.
That
who
should
had
be
talked to me, I told him, I
that
said,
should
if
be
there's no
illegal.
black jurors on that jury, he's going to get convicted again. He told me, he said it was an all-white jury again. Once again, you had a bunch of jurors who were not going to be persuaded that he did not kill her. As far as they were concerned, he's guilty. Throw him in prison and let's be done with it. You know, I hadn't had a lot of faith in the justice system anyway, but that pretty much just destroyed it.
After the second jury deliberated for over 6 hours, Fonte was convicted of second-degree murder once again.
That's crazy.
Perhaps coincidentally, Judge Monica Ackley has come under public scrutiny for recent rulings, including the decision to allow a former police officer convicted of assault go without prison time for a third-degree attack on a 14-year-old girl. One media source also highlights Judge Ackley's low performance scores in the Iowa Bar Association's review for judges.
She's
In
just
any
retarded.
Case, Fonte doesn't hide that
They're
the
just
system
letting
is
anybody
wearing
fucking
on
straight
him.
by. You know what?
My case overturned and
Officer convicted of assault.
She's a cute
go
little
without prison time
fucking.
for a
She's cute.
third-degree attack
I
on
bet
a
you she's just getting
14-year-old.
plugged
In any
by
case,
someone in the
Fonte
uppers.
doesn't hide that the system
I'm willing to
is
put my
wearing
life on it.
him.
She's just getting plugged.
case overturned, and the reason that I feel like we're here today is because it's seriously so unbelievable how I got convicted twice. Obviously, Sam and I had both been using drugs and alcohol that night. I blew a .11, and she blew a .24, like, along with Xanax, Adderall, antidepressants, and all that. Like, she also had, like, the ability to not feel pain from all of that. On the day before Samantha's death, she seen her doctor, and he reported on record saying that Samantha had been feeling much better since being with me and had no thoughts about. But on that exact same day, my investigators found text messages on her phone saying that she just tells her doctor what he wants to hear so
Shocking.
she can get her Xanax and Adderall and get out of there. And I just feel like I've been a nightmare for 7 years.
Sadly, after his second trial, Fonte's mother passed away from breast cancer. but she was a fierce advocate for her son until her last day.
She never would give up.
No. And she'd go to see him. No matter how sick she was, we'd always go every other week and see him, and she would be in the car until she couldn't be.
I would be just the happiest person in the world if he could come home right now. It would just make my day so much brighter just to see him and have him home.
After 2 appeals, Fonte still hasn't given up hope and is working with his legal team for another shot. But for now, those who loved Sam are focused on keeping her legacy alive.
My second born, his name is Leo because Sam was a Leo.
Some of Sam and Cassie's relatives were in the background of the interview listening in, though not on camera. They began to argue and the interview ended abruptly shortly after. We asked Cassie about this later, and she explained that her family was upset over the fact that Sam's not here to, quote, talk for herself so Fonte gets the benefit of saying whatever to make her look bad. It's been 7 years, and yet here we are still having to deal with Fonte trying and doing anything he can to get away with murder. We gave Cassie the opportunity to address Fonte's other comments without her family present, but we didn't hear back from her. Sam's bright and caring spirit will not be forgotten. And as for Fonte, time will only tell what comes next.
Damn. That was compelling. That was genuinely compelling.
Listen, if she stops breathing.
Damn, what to watch. Sausage stuffed sausages. That sounds disgustingly fucking delicious. Interesting. Joe Ma. A guy's name's Joe Ma. That's funny. I just that's fucking funny. Joe Ma. Oh, that's funny. Menu entry swap room. Okay. We need to find something to watch. Boom. Look at that. More murder mysteries. Let's go.
What's going on there?
I have a toddler, a foster daughter that I just got. She was choking, and I tried to do the Heimlich on her, and she's still breathing, but it doesn't look good.
How old is she? She is breathing now?
She is breathing. I'm trying to do CPR. She keeps on.
The police received this call on November 17th, 2015, from a 27-year-old foster mother named Jennifer Rosenbaum. She called in to ask for help as 2-year-old Lila Marie Daniel was having trouble breathing.
Does it matter that she's asleep?
No, that's fine.
Oh my gosh, I'm so nervous. I don't know how to do this. I just kept trying to push and everything.
You're fine. You're doing a good job. Like I said, I got help on the way to you.
Unfortunately, before assistance could arrive, Lila passed away. It was a truly tragic moment. However, this incident was soon to take an unexpected turn.
What we've gotten at this point on the medical and everything, they're saying that Layla died from non-accidental trauma and was inflicted injury.
The interrogator here stated that Lila's death had actually resulted from inflicted injuries. So, was it really a mere accident, or was there a darker truth concealed by the foster mother? If indeed the foster parents were responsible, what might have been their motive behind such actions? The police didn't waste time in creating a profile of the incident and the victim. Despite the appearance of it being an accident, the police ensured that the emotional aspect of the death of such a young girl was handled appropriately. Lila was born on July 19, 2013, in the city of Hampton, Georgia. Unfortunately, just about 2 years later, in April 2015, both she and her older sister Millie were placed under the custody of the Division of Children and Family Services. The reason for this change was the arrest of Lila's mother, Tessa Clendenning, on charges of conspiracy to distribute methamphetamine. Consequently, she lost custody, leading both of her daughters to become foster children under the care of the Rosenbaum family.
You cannot judge somebody by the troubles that they're going through. Just because they have issues, it doesn't mean that somebody with more money, it doesn't make them better than you. It doesn't make them able to love your kids as much as you can.
Lila moved in with Jennifer and Joseph Rosenbaum on July 24, 2015. the Division of Family and Children Services conducted a home evaluation and carried out criminal background checks on the couple. The Rosenbaums were found to be stable and reliable during the evaluation, and the Division of Family and Children Services noted that they exhibited a strong affection for children. Furthermore, the love the Rosenbaums had for the girls was observed by several friends and family members. So, a new chapter in the sisters' story started as they shared a bunk bed in the second bedroom of their home on a peaceful street in McDonough. With records gathered from family, friends, and the police over a few months, the Rosenbaums appeared to be the ideal couple to take care of the girls. However, what was about to transpire in just a couple of months was beyond anyone's imagination. During the 911 call on November 17, 2015, Jennifer appeared utterly helpless as she sought assistance. When instructed to perform CPR, she couldn't help but realize that her efforts seemed ineffective and might have even worsened the situation.
I'm hoping I didn't break a rib. I've been pushing hard. I don't really know how to do this.
When the police arrived, young Lila had already passed away. She was subsequently transported to the hospital for an autopsy. Meanwhile, during the police interview, Jennifer informed them that Lila had choked on a piece of chicken nugget. To clear her airway, Jennifer initially used her fingers and later resorted to a butter knife. At that point, there wasn't much for the police to uncover, as the case appeared to be a straightforward accident. However, events were soon to take a sinister turn. The entire narrative provided by Jennifer raised suspicions when the autopsy results were revealed. The 10-page report explicitly stated that Lila's cause of death was not due to choking. According to the autopsy findings, Lila's death occurred as the result of a blow to the abdomen that was so strong it caused a severe rupture of her pancreas. This traumatic injury led to a state of shock for Lila, resulting from internal blood loss. However, the revelations didn't end there. The report further stated that at the time of Lila's death, she had already sustained injuries, including severe bruises on her back, legs, neck, and abdomen. Additionally, it was noted that she'd been subjected to starvation. With this new information, it was time for the police to have a talk with Jennifer once again. Armed with arrest warrants citing choice as the cause of Lila's death, the police took both Jennifer and Joseph into custody, with Jennifer being accused of murder and Joseph being accused of child endangerment. When questioned about the severe injuries sustained to Lila, Jennifer provided the police with a timeline detailing the events leading up to the tragic incident. Jennifer claimed that on October 15, 2015, Lila fell into a hole at her grandma's house, resulting in an injury to her leg. The following day, October 16th, Jennifer stated that Lila fractured the same leg during a gymnastics incident. Seeking medical attention on October 19th, Jennifer took Lila to Dr. John Eanes for urgent care. Subsequently, on October 20th, 2015, Lila was referred by Dr. Eanes to a pediatric orthopedist. During the police interview, Dr. Eanes stated that the fracture on Lila's leg was situated very close to the knee, causing significant pain. He also characterized the fracture as somewhat unusual in nature. Dr. Duxbury, the specialist who attended to Lila on October 20th, concurred with Dr. Eanes' evaluation, acknowledging that the fracture was indeed atypical for a child of Lila's age. With the accumulation of these pieces of information, the evidence was pointing to one conclusion. Jennifer Rosenbaum was definitely involved in the incident and was attempting to conceal her role in it. However, she was not ready to answer yet.
How close am I? 18K?
They're saying that Layla died from non-accidental cause, and with his injury.
To delve deeper into their background, the police initiated the process of compiling a file on Jennifer. She was a law student and intern for the district attorney and was on a trajectory to secure a seat on the county commission. Everything about the Rosenbaum house was pristine. However, it had swiftly transformed into a house of horror.
We also had indication from very responsible, well-placed.
Man, I just gotta get rid of these U-bows, honestly, and then I'll do these 790 later. I want to get back on that Slayer grind.
Woman now faced accusations of murder. While the police didn't extract a confession from Jennifer, Lila's older sister Millie did in fact provide information that could assist the authorities in pursuing the case.
She did disclose how, whenever Jennifer gets mad at them, sometimes she snatches them or grabs them up by their arms, holds them up by their arms, things of that nature.
You heard Layla crying? Okay. Was it really loud or really soft? Or how was it? Layla was crying loud? Was it for a short time or for a long time?
Not only that, but Millie had something to say about Lila's fractured leg, too.
When you said that somebody squeezed Layla's leg, which leg was it? Was it the same leg or that she broke or the other leg?
Oh, that's
By this
terrible.
point, people believed that the Rosenbaums were in fact murderers.
I believe
That's
she murdered
disgusting.
her. I do. I don't like it was an accident.
However, to confirm accusations against someone, it's crucial to identify a motive that aligns with the case and aids in establishing guilt. And in this case, it was just a hypothesis. During investigation, a new lead came to light that both Jennifer and Lila's biological mother, Tessa, had grown up in the same foster care. And the fact that they grew up together raised suspicions of a possible hidden motive within their shared background.
Because of all the injuries that occurred while in the Rosenbaum's care, I feel as though there was definitely some kind of motive that that woman had.
Lila's grandmother, Gina Banks, believed that there were unresolved issues in the shared past between Tessa and Jennifer. Perhaps due to some lingering animosity, Jennifer might have targeted Lila. However, without a confession, nothing could be proven, and thus this information remained as a hypothesis.
Oh, what a bitch.
But do you think this could have been the motive?
Teleported.
In the middle of all the controversy, people
Thought he
were
was
eagerly
looking at
awaiting
me.
the trial to get a closure on this case. However, with the support of their attorney, who had full faith in them,
She did not do anything to the children. He did not do anything to the children. They are totally innocent.
the Rosenbaums were not yet ready to plead guilty. After a prolonged wait of 4 years, the trial commenced on March 3, 2019. The couple had previously entered pleas of not guilty. Nonetheless, the trial extensively explored the intricate details of the case, focusing on the day of the incident as described by the witnesses.
So when they arrived, EMS brought her in. When they arrived, they had been doing CPR on her and their own ACLS PALS protocol for about 30 minutes prior to arrival.
55 more.
She never had a pulse. They
13K.
had gotten
Kinda
her
tempted to
intubated.
do.
They had gotten an advanced airway in her, and they had given her
Some
some
magic.
cardiac drugs with no response. So we switched her over to our room, our bed, our monitor.
After the hospital nurse provided insights into the day of the incident, the physician who examined Lila offered a clear statement regarding her condition.
Now, when you observed Layla's body,
Bro, they
did you
changed this
have,
shit out.
Any other concerns
What in the
other
fuck?
than the cardiac arrest that caused the death?
Yes.
What was the concern?
Diffuse bruising.
And what do you mean by diffuse?
From what I remember, upper chest, pelvis. Then, when we moved her over, you notice the back, kind of just top to bottom bruising.
Though it's not unusual for children to have bruises, the situation in this case was anything but typical.
Now, was there any concern about the location of some of the bruises?
Yes.
And what stood out to you as far as the location of some of the bruises?
Oh, it's just an odd location. I mean, a child was going to get bruises and bony prominences. They fall, they hit their elbow, they hit their knee, they bump their forehead. They don't really hit the pelvis very good. They don't hit flat on their back and get multiple bruises on their back, or their neck. It was an odd appearance, didn't look right.
During the autopsy, Dr. Darasaw took the podium to clarify the intricate details.
If there are injuries to a person's head, such as a gunshot wound or bruise, we will shave the area just around the injury to facilitate documenting that with photographs. When numerous injuries are found, such as in this case, it necessitated me shaving the entire head. But this would not be the normal case in an autopsy, but in this particular case, I did shave all of the hair on the head because several injuries were identified.
It's a definitive statement that establishes Lila had endured numerous injuries, some of which might have been potentially fatal.
In addition to all of the external injuries, there were very significant internal injuries that involved the abdomen.
Revisiting the statement made by Jennifer earlier, Dr. Darasaw had a different perspective to offer.
So the whole scenario and events that I have reviewed are a description of a child that is going into shock, as opposed to as a child that has a foreign object such as food. In this particular case, the suggestion was that she had choked on chicken. The description is not consistent with that at all.
So, were Jennifer's statements all fabricated in order to protect herself? It becomes evident that the statements made by Jennifer were not the ultimate truth. The scientific explanation provided by Dr. Darasaw effectively discredited Jennifer's statements, forming conclusive evidence based on the facts. Armed with these statements, it became quite apparent what was about to unfold. Although not the same day, but very soon. The second trial took place in July 2019, and the statements remained consistent, despite Jennifer's persistent claim that Lila might have died due to her unsuccessful CPR attempt. The odds were stacked against her. And ultimately, the time had come for the verdict to be delivered. On August 1st, 2019, the Rosenbaums sat in silence as the verdict was pronounced. And subsequently, they were sentenced.
As to count number 48 and 49, which received
17
10-year
more,
prison sentences.
Yeah.
Those are to run concurrent with each other and concurrent with the other sentences that the court has imposed. All told, this is a life sentence, plus 40 years to serve in the state penitentiary. You'll be sentenced to a term of 20 years to serve in the state penitentiary.
Judge Brian Amaro, overseeing the case, called the situation terrible and expressed deep sympathy for Lila's biological family. The case raised concerns about how carefully foster care placements are monitored, highlighting the need for greater attention.
I think everybody needs to realize and be aware anybody can abuse a child.
Lila Daniels' tragic death is a somber reminder of the risks children face in foster care and the serious consequences of neglect and abuse. We sincerely hope that her soul rests in peace. So, what are your thoughts in this case? Was the sentence satisfying? Or do you think they deserved something worse for committing such a heinous act?
911, the address of your emergency and the phone number you're calling from. Tell me exactly what's happened.
I just had a 12-year-old boy show up here at my front door asking for help. And he's said he just came from a neighbor's house, and we know there's been problems at this neighbor's house. He's emaciated. He's got tape around his leg. He's hungry and he's thirsty.
Okay. Is your door locked?
No, I'm sitting outside with him on the front patio. And he asked us to call the police.
At 10:50 a.m. on August 30th, 2023,
Smart boy.
this call was placed at the St. George Communications Center in Utah. The individual on the line, whose identity remains undisclosed, requested the communication center to send deputies urgently, as a young boy required immediate assistance. The young boy was identified as 12-year-old Russell Frankie. Upon further questioning, the police discovered that Russell was the youngest son of a renowned YouTube influencer, Ruby Frankie. Interestingly, the residence from which Russell had fled was not owned by Ruby, but by a woman named Jody Hildebrand, as indicated by the informant who contacted the police. So now the question arises, why was the famous YouTuber's son at Hildebrand's house, and why was he bruised and in such a bad condition? To answer this question, we need to delve into the events surrounding the incident on that particular day. Russell, the 12-year-old, managed to escape from Hildebrand's residence and sought assistance by knocking on a neighbor's door. He then expressed his hunger and thirst, so the neighbor responded by providing him with a banana and water, and subsequently contacted the communication center.
He's 12 years old.
Okay. And can you ask him his date of birth?
Can you tell me your birthday?
Okay. And are the neighbors out of their home, or is anybody looking for them that you can see?
No. Our homes are far enough away. I'm not sure. How did you get out of the house?
This guy sounds like he's stoned as
He said
shit.
he just left through
You're like, what the fuck's going on, bro?
Her name is Jody Hildebrand, and she lives 2 doors up the street. Yeah, out here in Cayenne, the houses are far apart, so he walked just under the block to get to our house. He rang my doorbell and asked me to call the police. I mean, his wrists as well. Okay, this boy has been... This kid has obviously been... I think he's been detained. He's obviously covered in wounds.
Okay. Let's get the paramedics headed over that way, okay?
Oh, that's a good idea, too.
When the police reached the place, they found Russell in a very unhealthy
Bro, that's so
condition.
heartbreaking listening to that old
His wrists
man.
and feet were both
God
covered
damn.
with duct tape, and he was clearly showing signs of trauma. In statements to investigators, 12-year-old Russell Franke, the son of Ruby Franke, revealed that he was restrained with ropes and that his wounds resulting from the restraints were treated with a combination of cayenne
faded.
pepper and honey. Upon transporting
Nah,
the
I'm not
12-year-old
that
to a
faded.
hospital, medical
I'm stoned.
personnel removed the duct tape from
I'm
his
really
extremities
stoned.
and discovered deep lacerations having been tied up with rope. Additionally, they observed that he was abnormally thin and weak, indicating severe malnourishment. Later, Russell also disclosed that 2 of his siblings were still present at Hildebrandt's residence. At this point, the police aimed to establish a clear connection between Ruby and Hildebrandt. Further investigation successfully unveiled the link. It was revealed that Jody Hildebrandt was
You're
not
evil,
only a
dog.
therapist, but
That's
also the business
fucking
partner of YouTube vlogger
so
Ruby
wild.
Franke.
Yeah.
Together, they collaborated on creating videos for their social platform channel named Mums of Truth, providing a platform for mothers to seek advice and receive feedback on the parenting challenges they encountered. Now that the connection between Ruby and Hildebrandt was established,
Tower
the police
Defense, yeah, I used to
proceeded
be an
delve
animal
into
at
the
that
main
shit, bro.
details. Why was Russell in such a
manimal.
distressing condition, prompting him to flee from Hildebrandt's residence? Officers discovered that Franke had entrusted 3 out of her 6 children to Hildebrandt's care a few days prior to the incident. However, when the police conducted a search of the residence for the children, only Ruby's 10-year-old daughter Eve was located. Eve was also
Roberto.
found to be in a malnourished condition and was subsequently taken to the hospital for medical treatment. The search was absolutely not over, so the police later obtained a warrant to
I
search
need
the
to
home
think.
more thoroughly for signs of abuse. In Jody Hildebrandt's bathroom, they located 2 used medical gauze dressings along with cayenne pepper
need
and
to
honey
think.
paste. This observation substantially
much?
proved that Hildebrandt had knowledge of the ongoing abuse in the house.
You just hit pray with
Police
2
also found
friends?
3 ropes,
Sheesh.
2
Are you on
handcuffs,
PC or like
bandages, plastic wrap, a
PlayStation
journal,
or
and some
Xbox?
paperwork. 2 other warrants
Nah,
allowed
I'm on the
officers to
Switch.
seize laptops, cell phones, any video or audio recordings that might show any and any communications between Hildebrandt and Franke. During the search of the home, police also spotted a locked room in the basement that was potentially a safe room. Police had requested to also search the locked room as per the warrant requests, but the later court documents didn't mention whether anything was recovered from the room or if it was opened at all during the search. At this point, the evidence strongly suggested that Hildebrandt was responsible for the abuse inflicted upon the children. Yet the lingering question still remained: was Ruby aware of these acts or not? The police came to know that
Played
in
mostly off
2015,
kills.
Ruby
Yeah,
launched
that
a
makes
YouTube
sense.
channel
Yeah, good
called
for you,
The
bro.
8
That's fucking
Passengers,
sick.
devoting much of her time to creating vlogs and an astounding 1 billion views. However, her vlogs weren't exactly very normal.
Honestly, my biggest fear ever since I started vlogging was, but what if I wake up and my children are just staring at a wall all day and there's nothing to film? That is legitimately my biggest fear.
In her vlogs, Ruby often
okay.
discussed homeschooling and shared insights into her teaching methods for her children. Initially,
sounds a
the
little
videos
crazy.
portrayed a seemingly enjoyable atmosphere. However, as more videos were uploaded, a growing realization emerged that something was wrong.
I've never once forgotten to vlog. Like, it's like forgetting to eat or forgetting to breathe.
She's clearly addicted to
For
vlogging.
me, like picking up the camera and vlogging, it's like I would never forget to do that.
Ruby was obsessed with her channel, but what made it disturbing to the viewers was actually the way of her parenting.
I know that her teacher is uncomfortable with her being hungry and not having a lunch, and it would
Yeah,
ease
that
her
would
discomfort
definitely.
if I came to the school with a lunch. But I responded and just said, Eve is responsible for making her lunches in the morning, and she actually told me she did pack a lunch. So the natural outcome is she's just going to need to be hungry.
This chick got like a little bit of clout and just went fucking completely batshit insane. That's pretty crazy.
It was not just once that she kept her children hungry, but it happened quite a lot of times.
And my kids are literally starving. I hesitate to say this because it's going to sound like I'm like a mean barbarian, but I told the kids, I said, I'm not even going to let you eat breakfast until you get your chores done.
The channel's audience soon began to realize the atrocities being committed to the children. Eventually, the channel garnered much criticism and hatred from the public. Her techniques
People
for
who
raising her
always
children
post their
were
family
stern
and shit
and
online
at
like
times
this
seemed excessive.
always are
These
just
situations
scumbags,
became
man, I
commonplace
swear
on her
to God.
channel, and she appeared confident in her belief that her parenting approach was appropriate, even though it raised concerns from her viewers. From 2020 onwards, alarm bells started ringing among viewers when Ruby's oldest son, Chad, revealed in the channel's vlog that he'd been prohibited from sleeping in his own bedroom and was forced to sleep on a beanbag for 7 months.
My bedroom was taken away for 7 months, and then you give it back like a couple weeks ago.
I don't think our viewers know that.
You've been sleeping on a beanbag. I've been sleeping on a beanbag since October, and they gave my room back like 2 weeks ago.
The controversial nature of these videos sparked a massive outcry, leading to the eventual closure of the channel. Nonetheless, Ruby's story was far from over.
I've been a masterful manipulator. I have manipulated using external rewards. I have wanted something, and I'm going to get it no matter.
After the removal of the 8 Passengers channel in 2020, Ruby shifted to the role of a mental health coach at Connections, a company led by her counselor, Jody Nan Hildebrandt. However, 2 years down the line, things got even more difficult for Ruby. In 2022, Ruby's husband, Kevin Franke, moved out of the house, but the specifics of their separation were not disclosed publicly. And it was also around this time that she decided to get her life back on track by joining hands with Hildebrandt to create the channel Mums of Truth.
Online who hate me, who would like to cancel me, who would like to see me either burn in hell, as I have told, or disappear off the face of the earth. And I'm not going anywhere.
By that point, it was evident that Ruby would not cease advocating her ideologies. The concern from neighbors and the Franke's oldest daughter, Sherry, who by now is a college student, grew as they noticed Ruby frequently leaving the children home alone. From time to time, Sherry would contact the authorities to check on her siblings' well-being. Whenever the officers arrived, the children refused to answer the front door. However, police could observe through windows that the kids were at home, talking on the phone with someone before they went upstairs and out of view. Neighbors informed the responding officers that Ruby Franke frequently left the children alone at home to spend time with Hildebrandt. And this is when our incident connected to Russell took place. Now, with the connection in hand, the pieces of the puzzle fell into place for the police, leading them to believe that not only Hildebrandt, but also Ruby was implicated in the entire ordeal. Later, on August 30th, 2023, 41-year-old Ruby Franke and 54-year-old Jody Hildebrandt were arrested in Ivins, Utah. On September 1st, 2023, they were charged with 6 counts of aggravated, which was a felony. Interestingly, Ruby's oldest daughter, Sherry, posted the following on Instagram following the arrest. Involved causing serious harm to Ruby's 2 hospitalized children in 3 distinct ways: physical injuries or maltreatment, starvation or malnutrition endangering life, and severe emotional harm. The 6 counts of aggravated were based on these forms of alleged abuse. Later, Hildebrandt surrendered her counseling license due to the pending resolution of the court case and a disciplinary investigation. YouTube also took action in response to the incident. After Ruby's arrest, she was banned from the platform, and her new channel was also deleted. On December 14th, 2023, Deputy Washington County Attorney Eric W. Clark filed a motion requesting a waiver hearing. The hearing was scheduled for December 18th, 2023 at 11 a.m.
Ms. Franke is now here.
But she's a huge nurse, so she likes smiling and shit when she's in
for
court.
a waiver hearing. Is there going to be a waiver today?
There will, plus a plea agreement, Your Honor.
All right.
I'll ask the bailiff to hand you if it's been executed.
The trial on December 18th became an ultimate stage as Ruby Franke finally pled guilty.
Ms. Franke, how do you plead to count 1, aggravated use, a second-degree felony?
Guilty.
To count 3, aggravated use, a second-degree felony?
Guilty.
To count 5, aggravated child abuse, a second-degree felony?
Guilty.
And to count 6, aggravated child abuse, a second-degree felony?
With my deepest regret.
and sorrow for my family and my children. Guilty.
And subsequently, on December 27, 2023, Jody Hildebrandt also decided to throw in the towel. On February 20th, 2024, Ruby, along with her former business partner, Jody Hildebrandt, received an identical sentence. The judge ruled that they serve 4 terms, each ranging from 1 to 15 years. The sentences, as per Utah law, will run consecutively and represent the maximum for each count. The actual time each individual will serve will be determined by the state's parole board. As per the decision, Ruby will have 30 days to appeal the decision. So what do you think about this case? In light of recent events, how can we guarantee the safety and well-being of children and families that share their lives on social media platforms? What can we do to assist when we witness
Most
abuse
of the
or
time, the kids
maltreatment
just
in
get used as
online
a
parenting
tool.
practices? On November 1st, 2023, locals at Shepherdsville, Kentucky would start their busy mornings as usual. Tiffany Lucas's neighbor had noticed some unusual activity happening around her front porch. Whilst the neighbor was pulling up in his driveway, he saw Tiffany rushing down the stairs and ultimately collapsing in front of her porch. Alarmed by the frantic scene, the neighbor hurried to her as he found the 32-year-old mother wailing that her kids were dying. As the man barged in through her front door, desperately looking for the kids, his heart sank when he discovered the horrid scene of the toddlers lying in their own pools of blood inside their bedroom.
Damn.
He also found a gun that lay near feet away from their bodies.
I
Maurice,
shot
age
them, they were
6,
running
and
at me.
Jaden, age 9, sons to Tiffany, were found shot and in severely critical condition at their own home.
Be here every time, every step of the way. And we're gonna make sure that we bring justice for these boys.
911 dispatchers were informed immediately by the local resident who stayed with the boys until EMS arrived and rushed them to
I have to go
Northeast
to Cheers
Children's
Exotics
Hospital
as
in
well.
Louisville. The boys were rushed down to urgent care in hopes of
already know.
saving the poor unfortunate souls. They were taken into surgery by 2:50 p.m., but ultimately succumbed to their injuries. Colonel Alex Payne, the chief deputy officer with the Blaine County Sheriff's Office, BCSO, announced the death of the boys at 3:45 p.m. Jaden and Maurice both passed away from the fatal gunshot wounds to their heads. They were shot in
Damn.
an area that
Look
would
at their
not be
hair, they got
survivable
nice
by
hair.
anyone, Payne said.
Nice froze, man.
The Bullitt County Police
Crazy.
Department was dispatched to the crime scene
Jealous.
almost immediately. The whole of Bullitt County community was stunned by the horrifying scene. There were like 20 emergency vehicles and police cars down there, and it's scary, another neighbor, Steve Steyer, said. Steyer added that it's sad to see anyone die, but knowing that 2 boys are gone with so much life ahead of them is something he
that's pretty
can't
crazy.
stomach. It just breaks my heart, he said. Such
Looks like
deaths
they're in
were
the
highly
grade 1.
uncommon within the Bullitt neighborhood. While most nearby residents confirmed that they weren't very close to the Lucas family, they would often watch the boys playing around. To imagine that the toddlers they saw a day before dying in such a horrific fate was nothing short of a nightmare. The Bullitt County Sheriff's Office received the reports of a shooting at the Lucas residence on November 1st, 2023, around 11:07 a.m., and as soon as the officers were dispatched, Tiffany was found collapsed, lying on her front porch. Their mother was brought
Oh,
up
it's
to
my
the
day?
station for questioning. The neighbor who
That
witnessed
is
the
alright,
scene
man.
confirmed the shooter
It's
to be
fucking-
no one else
not
but
really up
Tiffany
to
Lucas
much,
herself,
man.
and this single piece of information stirred up
Played
the
some
entire
Apex,
investigation team.
fucking
What
took my
could have
dog
pushed
for a
Tiffany into
walk.
killing her own sons? Was she perhaps provoked or
My brother came
influenced into
over,
doing it?
chilled with him.
Or was there simply something more sinister brewing underneath? Tiffany
Pretty lackadaisical
was the guardian to
Saturday.
both Maurice Baker Jr., affectionately known as Peanut, and his half-brother Jaden Howard. The stepmother to Maurice, Michelle Rice, shared about her experiences with Tiffany, which disclosed some sketchy information. Tiffany would often share heavily edited pictures of herself on the internet, often along with her boys as public Facebook posts. In a very specific 2022 Valentine's Day post found on her profile, she shared, "I love my babies every day of the year. I'll always use any excuse to celebrate them and show how very special they are." Like Michelle, most of the family believed her online persona to be nothing but a shadow to protect her actual true identity. Tiffany disguised herself in front of social media, but her personal relationship reflected a rather different side of hers.
What you been
With
saying,
a history
homie?
of drug abuse and possession of illegal substances, the family suffered a lot
you
due to the
been up
consequences
to?
of their mother. Often, the children were severely deprived of their bare necessities. Family members had exclaimed over a heartfelt interview that Tiffany had also served a year in jail previously due to possession of drugs when the kids were younger, Nobody knew of her drug issues. She never had a job. She never
She
worked.
died,
Things
though,
like that. The
but-
boys were taken from
Yeah,
her
it
previously
definitely
when they were
loses points
smaller
'cause she
because
killed
of
her
drugs. Child Protection Services were called out on multiple occasions, but the legal bodies
Ain't doing
weren't much
much,
help.
I feel
The abuse
bad,
happening
brother.
behind closed doors was kept silenced till the very end. Jarrell Howard, elder brother of the boys, shared his heartfelt regrets over an interview. I should have done more. If it came to me snatching the boys out of the house, I should have, and I will hold that on my back for the rest of my life. Howard and Jaden shared the same father, who died in 2019. Howard told the outlet that he was playing a card game with his little brother just a little while before they were killed. In a
Yeah.
press conference, Bullitt County
He
Sheriff's
looks
Office
so
Chief
stoned
Deputy
in that
Alex
fucking
Payne
interview.
talked about why Tiffany may have allegedly committed the crime, saying, whether you think it's
Fox, you
mental
okay?
illness, just pure evil, a combination of both. It could be substance abuse, any combination thereof. Pick your poison. Michelle and other members of the family seemed quite confident that drug abuse played an important role in the tragic death of the boys. The Bullitt County Court
no
had its first
excuse for
hearing
shit
on the
like
Tiffany
that,
Lucas
brother.
case on November
I don't give a
14th,
fuck if you're doing drugs or
2023,
not.
with the case being broadcast live throughout the nation. New details were revealed as the hearing proceeded. During Tuesday's hearing, Detective Richard Beal said
stream
that
and had
4
the
shots
stream
were
go.
fired during the shooting in a matter of about 30 seconds. All of the shots were aimed right towards the head of both Jaden and Maurice. Within a matter of 2 days, on November 16th, 2023, the court declared
Towards
Tiffany
the
guilty of the
fucking
assault
biscuit,
charges
brother.
and set up
They
a bond
stood no
at $2 million, showing
She don't look so pretty
absolutely no
now, though.
sense of guilt or emotion. Tiffany was found standing with her hands folded across her chest with a blank look plastered over her face. The victim's family had revolted that the mere bond doesn't even compensate for the lives lost. However, a Bullitt County detective later disclosed details to the interrogation of the incident in court after Tiffany was taken into custody. I asked Ms. Lucas if she meant to hurt her children. Detective Richard Beal alleged on the stand. She indicated that it was an accident. Beal testified that when Tiffany was asked if someone provided
Fucking
her with a
accident. How you
firearm,
shoot 2 people
she
in the face by
confirmed, saying
accident?
yes. The 3-hour-long interview, which was presented by
what?
Beal at the sheriff's office,
Eh?
revealed the cold exchange of
Make it
statements
make
between him and Tiffany. She told the investigators that she and her sons were the only people inside that home on the morning of November 1st, 2023. Detective Beal later had spoken with the same neighbor who found the kids immediately after the fatal incident. He told the detective that he'd run in and tried to save the boys after encountering Tiffany in his driveway. Sergeant
Imagine just
McAllister
being
also
that
asked
guy.
the neighbor if
Yeah,
the
you're
mom
just
shot the
traumatized
children.
for life.
Detective Beal said. The subject pointed to a gun that was lying on the bed and said, yes. Being the first responder to the scene, the neighbor detailed the grim crime site and how the gun was
Crime
found
site?
lying across. He advised me that he pulled into his driveway, and when he did, he told me he saw the defendant, Miss Lucas, walking down the steps of his porch and eventually collapsing in his driveway, said Detective Beal. Tiffany kept saying that
Heavily
her
edited
kids were dying,
indeed.
to which the alarmed neighbor responded, but she had just collapsed in his driveway soon after. Tiffany had adamantly kept denying the charges, exclaiming, I would never do anything like this unless someone manipulated me, according to Beal's testimony. He added that she also said things like, I'm so stupid, and I'm in such a bad spot. Tiffany blamed the influence of social media to justify her actions. Tiffany's lawyer told the court that she was being manipulated through her Wi-Fi, Facebook, and internet connection, being manipulated into what she did. During the course of the investigation, the Bullitt
How does
County
that even
Sheriff's
make
Office
sense?
obtained footage from a Ring camera that showed Tiffany running out of her house approximately 5 minutes after 4 loud noises, believed to be gunshots, were heard coming from inside on November 1st. He then added that the footage also confirmed that no one other than Tiffany and her 2 sons were in the home when the suspected gunshots were heard. The stated cause for such violent assaults was baffling to Beal. After hearing Detective Beal's testimony, Judge Jennifer Porter stated that there was enough evidence and probable cause for the case to be presented to a grand jury and ordered that Tiffany continue to be held on a $2 million bond. Tiffany, who has yet to enter a plea,
That's
did not
crazy.
speak a word in court on Tuesday, November 14th, 2023.
This bitch just
Tiffany's
doesn't give a
court-appointed
fuck until
lawyer,
you can tell by
Richard
her eyes, she
Lonizak,
just don't care.
didn't return a request for comment and remained silent throughout the course of the hearing. It was claimed that Tiffany kept the boys isolated from their entire family. The continued efforts to separate the boys showed that it was a slow and well-calculated crime. If the legal respondents attended to the situation when the warning signs were brought in, maybe the deaths could have been prevented. Child abuse and neglect is one of the leading causes of underage death in the US. Nobody can manipulate you to do such a horrific thing. Nobody can manipulate you to do that, Michelle said. family and friends are left to cope with the tragic, devastating loss of Maurice and Jaden, while the Child Protection Service and Bullitt County Police Department are coming down with firmer laws and stricter course of action to prevent any such crimes. We urge our viewers that if you suspect child abuse, call the Child Help National Child Abuse Hotline at 1-800-4A-CHILD or 1-800-422-4453 or go to www.childhelp.org. All calls are toll-free and confidential. The hotline's available 24/7 in more than 170 languages. The night of March 8th, 1976 was a darker than usual one for 17-year-old Sharon Mosoff. She was on her way home to her father's house. She was supposed to have waited for the bus just a few yards away from the Rochdale Canal, located a short distance from her destination, but unfortunately, she never made it home. What happened to her? Where did she disappear into? The night before she went missing, Sharon had attended a work event in Bolton before heading back to Manchester, where she was staying with her father, Ralph Mosoff, in Failsworth. Uncertain of her route home, Sharon called her father around midnight for directions on which bus to take. Her father instructed her and expected her home within half an hour after catching the night bus. However, she never made it home, sparking concern and fear among her family. Sharon was last seen at a bus stop just yards away from the Rochdale Canal, a short distance from her father's house. The following morning, rookie police cadet 16-year-old Mark Wilkinson received a call to head to the Rochdale Canal. The body found in the canal was identified as that of 17-year-old Sharon Mosoff. She was naked, with half of her body above the water level on the particularly cold morning. The canal had frozen over, giving the impression that she was leaning on the ice. As investigators and press arrived at the scene, the horrific nature of Sharon's death became apparent. Her body had been battered, mutilated, and seemingly strangled with an item of her own clothing. Further examination revealed that one of her nipples had been bitten off. The news of the disturbing murder shattered the world of the victim's close-knit family.
The police came and said, "Can the children go upstairs?" But then we heard our mother screaming. We came running back downstairs, and then we just seen our mum go into the ground. And it was just unbelievable. And our mother was sedated for days and weeks. It wasn't a good situation.
Just chilling, playing some Scape, you know?
It was awful.
The horrific mutilation of Sharon's
Had a
body
couple
was not an
beers,
isolated
fucking
incident.
smoked a couple
Police were about to
tokes.
discover that a serial killer was operating
know how
in the
it
area.
goes.
As detectives set to work, they soon learned that the killer's twisted modus operandi had been witnessed before in a nearby community. 8 months earlier, 18-year-old Wanda Scala had just landed a part-time job in a local pub. She was just like any other ordinary teenager at the center of Moston neighborhood. In the early hours of July 19th, 1975, Wanda was walking home from the Lightbone Hotel where she worked as a barmaid. The short walk home along the main road was a familiar route for the teenager. However, as her brief journey drew to a close, she suffered a horrific attack. Wanda's body was discovered by a passerby the following day in a building site. Located a mere minute away from her home, she was found partially covered with rubble at the edge of the site. The police were shocked by the barbarity of the act, as a postmortem revealed that Wanda had been strangled with her own clothes. Her death was also caused by a series of horrific head injuries caused by repeated blows with a brick, shattering her skull. Ooh. Investigators were further disturbed to find that her nipple had been bitten off during the attack, indicative of his savage, ritualistic behavior.
Biting off women's nipples is the clearest example of ritualistic behavior. His aggressive instinct and his sexual instinct become fused so that the aggressive act is stimulating. Nothing could be more dangerous than an individual with that type of dynamic.
As investigators desperately searched for a lead, neighboring communities in northeast Manchester continued to live in the shadow of a crime spree. As police drew up a list of potential suspects, Colin Hardy had received an unwelcome call from his older brother, Trevor Hardy, summoning him to a local pub. Colin, apprehensive about meeting his increasingly unpredictable sibling, had reluctantly joined Trevor and his new partner Sheila at the pub.
I think it was probably around about the second pint. It had been idle chit-chat, and just right out of the blue just said to me, Have you been questioned about the Wanda Scala murder?
Casually admitting to Colin that he was responsible for the murder of Wanda Scala, Trevor showed no emotion as he confessed, leaving Colin petrified and unsure of how to react.
There's not a flicker of emotion in his face. Not a smile, not a frown.
Confused and frightened, Colin had allowed Trevor and Sheila to accompany him to his flat, hoping to diffuse the tension. However, Colin soon realized his mistake as he found himself at the mercy of his brother's wrath. However, upon arriving at Colin's flat, Trevor's demeanor changed. Within minutes, Trevor began to regret his confession and erupted into a rage. Despite Colin's attempts to defend himself, he was subjected to a sustained and violent attack, leaving him battered and unconscious on the floor. Even in his injured state, Colin's girlfriend was too afraid to intervene as Trevor demanded beans on toast. Covered in blood and bruised, Colin regained consciousness later that night and reported his brother's confession to the police the following day. However, the case against Trevor suffered a significant setback when his girlfriend provided him with an alibi for the night of the murder.
He'd filed his teeth so that the bite marks on the body of Wanda Scala would not be matched to him.
You see, Trevor had built up his empire over a number of years. He didn't seem to have any steady girlfriends, but he had friendships with younger children. One local teenager, Beverly, made a particularly strong impression on him. She was about 14 and enjoyed being around Trevor for his reputation and money. Looking into his childhood, Trevor Hardy was born on June 11, 1945, into a troubled household with an alcoholic father and an ineffective mother. He was the second youngest of 4 children. His childhood was marred by relentless physical and mental abuse. By the age of 8, he was already engaging in criminal behavior, stealing and causing trouble in his community. Trevor's criminal activities escalated as he grew older, earning him a reputation as a feared figure in his neighborhood.
As he got older, his violence started to appear.
He spent much of his youth in and out of juvenile detention centers and correctional facilities due to his involvement in thefts and burglaries. At just 15 years old, he became the youngest person ever to be imprisoned at HM Prison Strangeways, serving time for multiple burglaries. He was known as a man with an unpredictable and violent nature who should be avoided. Peter Amelia, who grew up in the same neighborhood as Trevor, was one of those people who experienced Trevor's violence firsthand. Trevor's reputation as a hard man was well established, and he had a tendency to use his fists to assert dominance. One terrifying incident involved Peter being attacked by Trevor with a knife. Peter, fearful of Trevor's reputation, encountered him on the streets of Newton Heath.
As he approached me, he got about 8 feet away and literally launched himself through the air. He headbutted me in the face, and I just felt a really sharp pain in my side. As I got to the corner there was blood in a puddle on the floor near my foot, and I realised at that point that he'd stabbed me.
Now, despite his violent tendencies, Trevor managed to garner positive attention when he was hailed as a local hero for rescuing a family from a house fire. However, it later emerged that Trevor himself had started the fire, showcasing his dark and deceitful nature.
I don't think he cared as to whether or not people lived or died or the building burned down or whatever. It was just that he could get over on someone. He could manipulate someone. He could fool someone. And he felt good about that.
One day, Colin received shocking news when he read about the disturbing murder of 17-year-old Sharon Mosoff in the newspaper.
I'd been in the workshops and we'd come back for dinner, and I used to have a paper and right on the front of the Daily Mirror, another girl had been killed, and I knew it was him.
As detectives focused on finding the perpetrator behind the murders, Colin was troubled with the realization that his own brother might be responsible for those gruesome acts. Having already failed to bring his brother to justice, he felt an intense sense of guilt and responsibility. Finally, Trevor's violent behavior caught up with him when he assaulted a woman in an Oldham pub, leaving witnesses to his act. Despite evading capture for 2 more months, Trevor's ex-partner Sheila ultimately revealed that she'd provided a false alibi for him in Wanda's murder case.
There was very little doubt that the person who'd killed Wanda Scala had also killed Sharon Mosoff.
Police then put Sheila under surveillance, hoping that at some point Hardy would be in touch, and as predicted, he did go to visit her and was promptly arrested in May 1976.
In May 1976, Trevor was arrested, bringing a sense of relief and closure to Sharon's family and the community. While in prison, Trevor shocked investigators by admitting to the murders of Wanda and Sharon. But even more shocking was his revelation of a third victim.
When the officer was called to the prison, he revealed an absolute bombshell. And that was, in addition to Wanda and Sharon, there was a third girl whom he'd killed.
Even with his girlfriend's false alibi and his altered teeth, police were forced to release Trevor, much to Colin's disbelief and frustration, as there still wasn't any clear evidence to keep him in custody. Fearing for his safety, Colin fortified his flat and lived in constant fear of his elder brother seeking revenge. Now, 2 years back, 15-year-old Leslie Stewart had disappeared on New Year's Eve in 1974 in the Manchester suburb of Newton Heath, 7 months before the murder of Wanda. In that era, the disappearance of a young girl like Leslie might have been seen as a runaway case rather than being linked to the later series of disturbing teenage murders in the area. Her case was just one among many sad instances of missing teenagers. On that fateful night, Leslie had been dropped off in Newton Heath and was last seen heading to meet her boyfriend at a party. Unbeknownst to her, Trevor was lurking in the shadows, preying on another young girl alone at night, similar to his other victims. In Trevor's confession, he claimed that he mistook Leslie for a former teenage acquaintance named Beverly, whom he sought revenge against for severing ties with him during his recent prison term.
As Leslie got out of the car that was dropping her off, the driver said, "Good night, Leslie." But tragically for her, Trevor Hardy thought he heard the word Beverly.
So he shouted, "Hey, Beverly." When she turned round, he stabbed her in the throat.
After fatally injuring Leslie, Trevor dragged her to a secluded spot in Newton Heath where he dug a shallow grave.
Then walked to his parents' house where he watched a Hogmanay TV show with his mother,
showing a chilling detachment from his heinous act. However, Trevor's account didn't end there. He willingly took police to the scene of the murder, providing a detailed description of his attempts to conceal Leslie's body.
Memory serves, it's pretty much where the net is, round about there that her body was found.
Despite almost 2 years passing since the crime, Trevor vividly recounted his actions, revealing the calculated nature of his attempts to cover up the murder. The detectives were about to uncover the full extent of Trevor's mind as they delved deeper into the investigation of Leslie Stewart's murder. The investigators were shocked to find that Leslie's corpse was not intact. Trevor had mutilated the body, cutting off Leslie's head and burying it elsewhere. He then returned to the gravesite, severed her feet, and buried them nearby. Trevor even took a ring from Leslie's finger and gave it to his new girlfriend as a token of love. He repeatedly returned to the scene to relive the experience, further mutilating the body to satisfy his own gratification.
That's wild.
This gave an image of a killer who derived pleasure from the act of killing itself. Finally, in April 1977, Trevor received a sentence of 30 years in prison for the murders of Leslie Stewart, Wanda Scala, and Sharon Mosoff. He was later informed that he'd spend the remainder of his life behind bars. Trevor's time in prison came to an end tragically when he collapsed in his cell in Wakefield Prison on September 23, 2012, after suffering a heart attack. Despite being transferred to a hospital, he passed away 2 days later at the age of 67. Trevor spent a total of 35 years in prison, making him one of the longest-serving prisoners in England and Wales.
I know we're all trying to do everything we can to find her, and I just pray that I pray that she's safe.
Crying.
She comes back. That's all I care about right now.
The man in the interview was 33-year-old Tyler Tessier, who was pleading for the safe return of his missing girlfriend, 31-year-old Laura Wallen. She'd been missing since September 4th, 2017, and no traces of her disappearance were found yet.
We miss her. We need the loving and the smile and the care.
The group tells me they're not going to stop passing out these flyers and working to spread the word until she's found.
In this heartbreaking moment, her affectionate boyfriend struggled to speak, overcome by emotions as he attempted to convey a few words.
Laura, if you're listening, doesn't matter what's happened, doesn't matter what type of trouble, there's nothing we can't fix together.
Well, hold your thoughts, as the whole story is yet to be unraveled. Laura Elizabeth Wallen's life was blossoming in 2017. She was in a relationship with a man named Tyler Tessier, with whom she had a decade-long history together. By September 2017, Laura was 14 weeks pregnant with their child, a source of immense joy for both her and Tyler. Tyler, upon discovering Laura's pregnancy, sought her father Mark's blessing to propose to her. He went a step further by taking Laura to a field in Clarksburg, intending to purchase property to build a future home for their growing family. Laura, a devoted teacher and now expectant mother, was eagerly anticipating the upcoming year and prepared in advance for her school's commencement in 2018. Her excitement also revolved around the imminent arrival of her baby boy, Reed, whom she was looking forward to welcoming into the world. However, unbeknownst to her, Laura's beautiful story was on the verge of shattering, and soon she'd be forced to face her darkest fear. On September 4th, 2017, Laura's sister, Jennifer, received a text message on her phone. "Tyler has me on an adventure in the country. Not sure why, but it's for something. Waiting in a field." Laura must have believed that Tyler had taken her to the scenic field with the intention to propose. When Jennifer asked for a photo of the location, Laura sent a picture of the field where she was with Tyler. What occurred at that location would linger as a mystery in the days to come. However, that day marked the last contact of Laura with her family. Her absence at the school the next day raised concerns among her colleagues, as she was known for her dedication as a teacher, making her unexpected no-show puzzling and out of character.
Excuse me.
Upon learning of Laura's absence, her family promptly took action and filed a missing person report without delay. As the police commenced their investigation, they uncovered that the final transaction recorded in Wallen's financial accounts was a debit card purchase at a Safeway grocery store close to her residence in Olney on September 2nd, 2017, between 8:30 and 9:30 p.m. local time. Surveillance footage reviewed by authorities revealed that the couple was together during this purchase, marking the last known sighting of Laura. When questioned as a suspect due to being the last person seen with Laura, Terry explained that he'd taken her to a property in the Clarksburg area to purchase land to build a house for their future family. He mentioned that Laura was wearing a purple shawl or vest during their last encounter. While specific details about the thorough interviews conducted with Tyler remained undisclosed at the time, it became apparent that there were significant gaps in his narrative. Crucial questions regarding where he dropped Laura off after their trip and whether she made any contact with him afterwards remained unanswered. It's unclear if the police asked Tyler these questions, as these critical pieces of information remained undisclosed in the investigation. In the days following Laura's disappearance, both Tyler and Laura's family experienced profound grief. Despite Tyler being considered a suspect, his consistent presence alongside Laura's parents in various interviews raised police scrutiny.
I don't know where she is, that's all. I don't know.
He's like not even crying, you know?
I know we're all trying to do everything we can to find her, and I just pray that she's safe. She comes back. That's all I care about right now.
However, their primary focus remained on locating Laura as swiftly as possible. The breakthrough in the investigation occurred when the police closely examined the photo Laura had sent to Jennifer during her trip with Tyler. Analyzing this image enabled the authorities to narrow down the location to somewhere in Damascus and not anywhere in Clarksburg, marking a significant advancement in the case.
She was nervous, and have always been, that's my baby sister, so I've always been extremely protective of her, and so yeah, it set off some alarm bells for me.
On September 13th, 2017, the exhaustive search for Laura led the Montgomery County Police to a field in Damascus, specifically a property located in the 12,400 block of Price's Distillery Road. This property, owned by a friend of Tessier's, comprised a farm encompassed of vast open fields and woods. Deploying cadaver dogs in the area, the police were directed towards a purple piece of fabric that protruded out from a 10-foot by 10-foot grave in the field. Upon excavation of the shallow grave, they discovered the body of Laura Wallen. The remains were sent to the coroner's office, and the results later stated that she was shot in the back of her head. The answer was now absolutely clear. Terry Tessier was a terrifying monster who'd been hiding under a veil of crocodile tears. Every expression of love and every word spoken by him turned out to be deceitful. The man who'd seemingly been intimately connected to Laura, who professed his love in various ways and sought her father's approval for marriage, was ultimately a devil camouflaged in a man's clothing. The day following Laura's discovery, on September 14, 2017, Terry Tessier was arrested. Police revealed that Terry Tessier frequented 3 different locations during the week of Laura's disappearance. One of his residences was at the 9100 block of Holsey Road in Damascus. During the week of Laura's disappearance, authorities noted that Terry made numerous visits to a Damascus property in the 12,400 block of Price's Distillery Road, where Laura's body was found. Terry had mentioned the resident of this property as a close friend, as detailed in the charging documents. Additionally, it was highlighted in the documents that Terry had been spending considerable time at a meat processing plant situated on this property while Laura was missing. Ultimately, tire tracks from this location led the authorities to the discovery of Laura's body. The previously undisclosed details of the interrogations between the police and Terry during the time Laura was missing were also disclosed following his arrest. According to the documents, prior to Laura's discovery, Terry initially claimed that the last time he saw her was at 8:30 a.m. on Labor Day, which was September 4, 2017. He alleged that she was highly emotional, crying hysterically, and insisted to return the key to her condo. Laura threatened to involve the police if he didn't comply with her demand. Additionally, Terry mentioned that he'd arranged to meet Laura at the Nordstrom Cafe within the mall in Columbia for a conversation that would be less emotional. He informed the police that he waited for approximately 2 hours at the designated place, but Laura didn't arrive. Following this, he claimed to have driven to her apartment in Olney. He stated that he couldn't access the apartment as he'd returned the key during their earlier dispute at 8:30 a.m. that day. However, according to the charging documents, a neighbor purportedly witnessed Terry walking Laura's dog around 2:30 p.m. on Labor Day, which contradicted Terry's statements about having returned the key earlier. Later during the investigation, Terry informed investigators that Laura was not carrying his child, but rather the child of another man. He alleged that the other man was a former student of Wallen's and expressed concerns that if this information surfaced, she'd risk losing her job. Tessier claimed that, at Laura's request, he'd assisted her in disappearing. He admitted that he drove Laura's vehicle to the Gramercy Apartments and disposed of her driver's license and iPhone to buy her time. This action was supposed to assist Laura in figuring out what steps she needed to take regarding the situation. Terry further confessed to impersonating the missing woman by sending messages from Laura's iPhone to her friends. Remarkably, the messages conveniently portrayed Laura expressing uncertainty about the father of her unborn child, which aligned with Terry's previous claims. However, the victim's family refuted Terry's assertions and claimed that Laura and Tyler Tessier had a tumultuous relationship. They highlighted Terry's absence from many family gatherings or holidays, and they now comprehended the reason behind his consistent absence. However, following the discovery of Laura's body on September 13, 2017, Tessier fabricated another perplexing narrative. He claimed that the couple had been kidnapped from Laura's residence in Maryland by a group of African-American men and taken to a secluded field in Damascus. Tessier alleged that Laura was then fatally shot by the perpetrators. Well, this statement would have surely been something to be laughed at. He was desperate and scared to death, and this was the evidence. In his subsequent alteration of his story, Terry claimed that he and Laura engaged in a heated argument that escalated into a physical altercation. According to him, during the altercation, Laura wielded a pair of scissors and attempted to stab him. Terry asserted that she accidentally fell, striking her head on the porch, leading to her demise. He admitted to driving her to the field to bury her and refrained from alerting the authorities. When confronted about the gunshot wound found on Laura's body, Terry explained that he had doubts about whether she was truly deceased and wanted to prevent any possibility of her suffering if buried prematurely. Consequently, he confessed to firing a shot into her skull to ensure she wasn't buried alive. Now, the question still lingered, why did he kill Laura? So, upon further investigation, authorities discovered another significant individual in Terry's life, Christina Wagner, the woman who was the owner of the Holsey Road apartment where Terry had been staying during Laura's disappearance. It was revealed that Terry became engaged to Christina Wagner after he learned about Laura Wallen's pregnancy. Laura Wallen had contacted Christina on August 28, 2017, seeking a face-to-face meeting, presumably to discuss details about the baby, according to police. The message Laura Wallen sent read, "It's important that some things are cleared up, and I'd imagine that if you were in my position, you'd want some answers as well. By no means is this an attempt at confrontation, just looking for an explanation, woman to woman." Police attempted to contact Christina for a statement, but didn't receive an immediate response. Montgomery County Chief of Police Thomas Manger mentioned on September 13, 2017, that they'd conducted an interview with the woman, yet there was no additional information available at that time. By that point, it appeared evident that Terry Tessier had murdered Laura Wallen, his pregnant girlfriend of a decade, simply to prevent his new fiancée from discovering the pregnancy. His actions were disgusting, driven by a desire to save himself from potential consequences. Furthermore, Terry's deceitful display of grief and false concern during Laura's disappearance added yet another layer of disturbing deception to his reprehensible actions.
It was very hard because as we were walking up and we already knew he was a suspect, he whispered in my ear, "I love you so much." And I was just kind of shaking, thinking that's not the case, but I had to act like it was.
The reason that we did the stand along with him was we still had hope that she was alive.
Terry Tessier faced charges of first-degree murder, which could have resulted in a life sentence without the possibility of parole if convicted. Additionally, he was charged with the destruction, alteration, concealment, or removal of physical evidence, categorized as a misdemeanor offense. A conviction for this charge carried a maximum penalty of 3 years imprisonment and a fine of up to $5,000. However, Laura's family expressed dissatisfaction as Terry Tessier couldn't be charged with second-degree murder to account also for the death of the baby Laura carried. But the baby was only 14 weeks old at the time of Laura's demise, and that made it inadmissible for charges. Unfortunately, complicating matters further for the family, Tessier avoided both trial and sentencing by taking his own life in his cell at Montgomery County Correctional Facility on September 6, 2018. His death was determined to have been a hanging, and he left behind several notes. What are your thoughts on his case? Do you find it unjust that Terry avoided facing legal consequences, leaving Laura's family devastated?
50-year-old Alan Wood was attacked and murdered at his home in Lincolnshire. But this was no robbery gone wrong. Alan was tortured and his body mutilated.
In the serene English village of Lound in Lincolnshire, Alan Wood, a 50-year-old man, lived in a secluded bungalow in the town of Bourne, located in the South Kesteven district of Lincolnshire, England. Despite being separated from his ex-wife Joanne for a period of 5 years, Alan maintained an amicable relationship with her. The couple had shared a marital bond for 17 years, concluding with their separation in 2004. Described by his family as a contented, laid-back, and easygoing gentleman, Alan embodied a dedicated work ethic without a criminal record or any known adversaries. While everything had been going well in Alan's personal and work life, on October 24, 2009, a tragedy struck by a close colleague from Sainsbury's. That day, Alan was supposed to be at Sainsbury's, his workplace, but shockingly, he never showed up. Concerns arose among colleagues when the usually reliable Alan failed to even inform his colleagues of his absence, which prompted a worried colleague to check Alan's bungalow. Just after 1 p.m. that day, a somber turn of events unfolded as the colleague discovered Alan's lifeless body at his residence on Edenham Road in Lounge. The grim reality of a horrific murder unfolded at the site, leading to the immediate involvement of the police, who promptly secured the scene. Alan's lifeless body lay in a disturbing scene on the living room floor, surrounded by a pool of congealed blood. His hands and feet were bound with sellotape, and there were no visible signs of forced entry. Astonishingly, when questioned, Alan's neighbors couldn't recall hearing any disturbances or witnessing anything unusual in the vicinity. The post-mortem examination unfolded the gruesome details of Alan's tragic demise. He'd fallen victim to a relentless knife attack, enduring torment over 2 agonizing days. The assailant subjected him to multiple stab wounds on his head, including a particularly bad attack on his eye. The fatal blow manifested as a deep slash to Alan's throat, marking the culmination of the horrifying ordeal. Shockingly, even after Alan's passing, the killer proceeded to make a deeply incisive cut into the back of his neck, hinting at a chilling attempt at decapitation. The specifics of the weapon employed in this heinous act remain undisclosed. Upon searching through the house and Alan's belongings, police found that his bank cards were missing, hinting towards a possible motive. A closer forensic examination of the crime scene unearthed small fragments of torn paper embedded in the tape used to bind Alan's hands. Upon further examination, The paper fragments were identified as pieces of a Delane bus ticket, a transportation company operating routes in the local area. This discovery added an intriguing layer to the investigation, shedding light on potential links to the assailants' movements and providing a crucial avenue for further exploration. Detectives engaged in long discussions with both drivers and passengers, meticulously scrutinizing hours of CCTV footage in their quest for clues. The investigation led to the deduction that the bus ticket discovered at the crime scene did not likely belong to Alan. Consequently, it was inferred that the assailant or assailants had utilized a local bus in close proximity to the crime, with the ticket inadvertently falling from their possession and becoming ensnared in the tape during the course of the attack. Subsequent inspection of Alan's financial transactions unearthed a potential motive behind his tragic killing. Records revealed a troubling pattern.
I gotta go piss so fucking bad, so I'm gonna go kill this fucking Bloodfeld. Woo! Then take my dog outside, and then I'm gonna go take a pisses myself. Uncut sapphire? Why not? Sure, right. Alright, I'll be back. My god. Oh, let's go, young buck. I'm talking to you. Let's go. I want to go to the washroom too. I'm gonna go take a piss, and then we're coming back with a toe, and a beer. this motherfucker.
Indicating
to this
11 attempts to
motherfucker.
withdraw cash using his bank card across locations in the Stamford and Bourne areas. While 2 of these attempts proved successful, the exact amount pilfered remains undisclosed. The conclusion drawn was that Alan had likely endured torture to extract his bank PIN number. On the evening of Wednesday, October 21st, 2009, Alan's documented activities included a visit to a Morrison's supermarket in Stamford and a subsequent stop at his usual pub, Willoughby Arms, in the neighboring village of Little Bytham. He was observed leaving the pub around 6:30 p.m. However, the police disagreed upon the possibility of Alan being attacked that same evening. Instead, their investigation led them to believe that the fateful encounter occurred the following day, Thursday, October 22nd, 2009. The narrative unfolded with Alan presumably reading a book in bed when a knock on his front door forced him to leave the safety of his home and answer the door.
Never
It was
knocked
during
or
this
answered the door. I
vulnerable
bet
moment
like
that the assailant seized the opportunity, immobilizing and subjecting Alan to a prolonged 2-day assault. On the very same day, October 22nd, 2009, the initial attempts to withdraw cash from Alan's bank were initiated. Subsequent attempts continued on October 23rd, following the believed time of Alan's murder. Finally, on October 24th, mere hours before the grim discovery of Alan's lifeless body, an examination of CCTV footage from local cash machines yielded images that the police distributed across the town to possibly depict Alan's assailant. The initial set of CCTV images disclosed to the public featured the potential suspect engaging with a cash machine at a NatWest Bank branch on Stamford High Street at 9:15 a.m. on Saturday, October 24th, 2009. Subsequent footage, unveiled at a later time, captured the suspect in 2 instances, and again at 9:41 p.m., strolling near Bourne Market 2 days earlier on Thursday, October 22nd. Specialized experts enhanced and thoroughly examined these images, which resulted in the creation of a preliminary profile of the perpetrator. The depicted man stood between 5 feet 9 to 5 feet 11 inches tall, disguised in smart casual attire while concealing his identity with a distinctive striped scarf draped across his face. Additionally, the suspect had a weird walking style, which led investigators to conclude that his right leg was slightly longer than his left. This detailed analysis provided crucial insights into the potential characteristics of Alan's killer. Law enforcement had the belief that the suspect had some familiarity with the local area, since he swiftly evaded certain areas which were equipped with CCTV cameras. A witness present at one of the cash machines used by the suspect assisted the police in constructing an electronic composite image, also known as an e-fit. This computer-generated visual representation makes use of various facial features from composite photographs to create a likeness of the sought-after person.
Imagine being the person that
In the
did it,
pursuit
and
of
then they
leads,
come out with
the
a
police
picture like
also
that, and it
released
looks
a
identical
photograph
to
of
yours.
Alan's
Like,
car,
fuck.
a burgundy Jaguar Sovereign Saloon, suspecting that the perpetrator might have utilized the vehicle in the days following the murder. Despite an appeal for potential sightings of the car, no useful information was obtained, leaving the exact rationale behind the police's suspicion regarding the vehicle's involvement unclear. The surrounding towns in Lincolnshire accommodated a significant population of Eastern European migrants, many of whom were employed in local factories and warehouses. While the police did not explicitly disclose the basis for their conclusion, there arose a suspicion that Alan's killer or killers likely hailed from an Eastern European origin, potentially returning to their home country right after committing the crime. Pulling on the thread of this new line of investigation, Lincolnshire police took proactive measures such as translating leaflets and posters and deploying bilingual officers to visit local factories for interactions with both workers and management. Additionally, appeal posters were fixed to worker payslips as part of an extensive outreach strategy. However, Alan's case gained significant visibility when it was featured on the BBC's Crime Watch program in January 2010, during which the police disclosed 2 pivotal pieces of evidence extracted from the crime
Take care of
scene.
yourself.
The first noteworthy item was a shoe print believed to belong to the perpetrator, identified with the help of Converse USA.
Fuck do you mean?
And through that, detectives were
They
able
didn't
to
call me
narrow
for dinner
down
either,
the
if it
size
makes you
8
feel
men's
better.
shoe to 2 possible styles, both of which were commercially available in Europe and North America at the time
Okay,
of the
well,
murder.
they didn't make dinner for you. They made dinner for themselves. They didn't make dinner for me either. You know what?
Crucial
But I'm a
piece of
big boy,
evidence
so I
unveiled by
made
the
my
police
own.
was blood discovered at the scene that did not belong to Alan Wood. From this blood evidence, a complete male DNA sample was developed. Surprisingly, this sample yielded no matches in the UK police database or the databases of numerous other unspecified countries. This suggested that Alan's killer had not been previously charged with a crime, implying that the assailant likely sustained an injury while carrying out the attack on Alan on the night of the murder. Just after Alan's case was covered by the BBC, Alan's employer, Sainsbury's, and the charity Crime Stoppers jointly contributed funds to establish a £20,000 reward for information leading to a conviction in the case. With this, Alan's loved ones aimed to encourage public cooperation and facilitate progress in solving the mysteries surrounding Alan Woods' tragic murder. 6 months later, this reward received more contributions and reached a sum of £60,000. Even then, nobody stepped forward to claim the reward. Nearly a year to the day from Alan's tragic murder, the investigation into the case observed some new developments when detectives made their first arrests. In October 2010, police executed raids on 3 properties in the Stamford area, resulting in the arrest of 3 men, aged 18, 35, and 43. 2 months later, in December of 2010, a 20-year-old man from Hampshire, approximately 180 miles from Lincolnshire, was arrested. The specifics regarding the arrests, the charges, the outcomes of interrogations, or any connections linking the 3 men detained in Stamford with the man detained in Hampshire were not disclosed to the public. Eventually, all 4 men were released from police bail, and it was uncertain whether they all were still being looked at as potential suspects in the case. Alan's murder continued to be in the public eye, featuring on Crime Watch in 2011, accompanied by an appeal from his mother. In 2012, a police website exclusively dedicated to the case was launched. During this period, Lincolnshire Police wrapped up Operation Magnesium, an extensive initiative that had initially scrutinized over 16,000 potential suspects in the UK and abroad, marking one of the force's most extensive investigations, sustained over several years. In 2014, Alan's house, which was once a crime scene, was ultimately demolished, and the case was inching towards going cold every day. In a turn of events, the police issued an appeal to locate a man believed to possess crucial information in the case. The person in question was identified as Powell Wajist. Detective Superintendent Morrison of Lincolnshire Police made it very clear that Powell was not a suspect in the case, but was sought for a conversation to explore any potential information he might have. The year 2019 marked the somber 10-year anniversary of Alan's murder. In response, Lincolnshire Police launched a renewed appeal for information, which was translated into 11 languages, encompassing Albanian, Croatian, Czech, Hungarian, Latvian, Lithuanian, Polish, Russian, Slovakian, Slovenian, and Ukrainian. Simultaneously, all evidence retrieved from the crime scene underwent thorough re-examination using contemporary forensic techniques.
A number of people have contacted us with information, including people who didn't speak to us in 2009. We continue to work on information provided to us and have been able to eliminate some names from the investigation where members of the public had suspicions about a particular individual.
Despite these efforts, Alan Wood's murder remains unsolved, and the case has grown cold. In 2019, Alan's friends and family congregated at his local pub to commemorate his life, engaging with the media. During this period, Alan's mother, Maureen, shared that she had tried to get on with her life, but the last 10 years had been really difficult for her. Losing such a loved son and not knowing why it happened or who was responsible brought her unbearable pain. Alan's sister, Sylvia, sat down for an emotional interview with Lincolnshire Police Department in an attempt to urge people holding any information to come forward.
And he had plans in his life, there's things he wanted to do, and I know that they were never going to come true. My mum's in her 80s now, and she deserves to know, before she dies, why her son was killed like this, and that they're punished. We're really, asking people if they have any information at all that can help find these people, personal people that did this to him, that they come forward and tell the police, because me and my family need closure.
Sadly, all the methods employed by the Lincolnshire Police Department and Alan's loved ones gave them nothing. Even today, Powell has not stepped forward and remains elusive. With no tips to explore, and no leads to follow anymore, the investigation into Alan's case eventually lost pace, leaving his killer roaming free out in the world.
Forensic investigators did recover DNA from the scene, which is believed to be from someone involved in this murder. The male DNA profile continues to be checked with databases throughout the world, but currently we don't have a match. Forensic technology has advanced considerably since the murder, and we are now in the process of applying new forensic methods to the exhibits recovered during the investigation. We hope this assists us in identifying any other persons involved in the murder. We never close an unresolved murder investigation, and this is one of our force's most serious and disturbing unsolved crimes. This must be tormenting someone's conscience, and it's quite possible that others have information that could bring those responsible to justice.
Anyone with information pertaining to Alan's murder is urged to contact the police non-emergency line at 101 or Crime Stoppers anonymously at 0800 555 111. The Christmas Eve of 2013 traumatized the city of San Diego as the police received an uncanny 911 call. Those were the last words ever spoken by 22-year-old Ilona Flint. However, she wasn't the only victim.
You have to relive this nightmare over again.
22-year-old Salvatore Belvedere was also shot to death with her in the parking lot of the Westfield Mission Valley Mall. But what makes the case even more disturbing is that Ilona's fiancé and Salvatore's brother, 24-year-old Gianni Belvedere, was also missing. Was there only one man behind these tragic incidents? And how did these three find themselves in such a situation? On December 23, 2013, just a few hours before a horrifying event was about to take place, Gianni found himself in the parking lot of the Westfield Mission Valley Mall in San Diego. It was about time that his fiancée, Ilona's work shift was about to end, and he was waiting in his car to drive her back home. With the upcoming wedding and Christmas around the corner, he had big plans for both his life and his business. However, none of it was about to go as he'd planned. Shortly after, a man in his late 20s drove his motorcycle into the parking lot. It seemed like he had a motorcycle breakdown. Although the specifics aren't known, some circumstances led this young man to approach Gianni, who was still in his car on a call with his cousin. Gianni soon found himself in a confrontation with the man. Things had escalated very quickly, and unfortunately, Gianni became a victim of carjacking and a cold-blooded murder. Soon, Ilona walked up to the parking lot with Gianni's brother, Salvatore, looking for Gianni. However, Gianni or his car were nowhere to be seen. It raised suspicions in the minds of Ilona and Salvatore. However, before assuming things, they decided to wait. And if they had called, it's sure Gianni's phone was already dead by then. But again, the specifics can't be clearly told. At around 1 a.m. on December 24th, Gianni's car pulled into the parking lot. Ilona and Salvatore were still there waiting for Gianni. As soon as they saw Gianni's car, they took a few steps towards it. But to their shock, Gianni wasn't the one who was driving the car. They immediately knew something was wrong. Ilona took out her phone and called 911. That's when the man inside Gianni's car got out and started shooting them with a .22 caliber gun.
Yo, what's up,
Both
sus?
of them got hit in their heads, but Ilona still
Here, give me a
managed to
second,
tell
Mark.
the
I'll
police
tell you.
about
I'm
the
gonna pull up the
situation.
menu right here.
When the police reached the location just
Alright.
after a few minutes, they found the wounded duo inside a vehicle in the 1600 block of Camino del Rio North. Tragically, Ilona had passed away, and Salvatore was barely surviving with critical gunshot wounds. He was taken to the local hospital, where he too passed away a few days later on
What's
December
that place called,
27th,
mate?
2013. The investigation into the murders immediately commenced, and the police were looking for a possible suspect, described as a 5'9" to 5'11" man wearing tan pants. It's unclear how the police obtained the information. However, it's a possibility that there might have been witnesses at the scene. Simultaneously, unaware of Gianni's demise, the police, along with the family members, were looking for evidence to locate Gianni.
If you're watching this, or if anyone knows where our brother Johnny might be, please.
So
we need
40
him to
pieces
come
of wings
home.
for
We
$39.99.
love you
How
and
hungry
miss
are
you
you?
very much.
Unfortunately, even after 2 weeks from the day of the shooting near Mission Valley Mall, investigators stated that there was still no sign of Gianni. Lieutenant Hastings informed NBC7, a television station in San Diego, that this case was one of the strangest he'd encountered in his 20-year career. It was also verified that Gianni's cell phone and credit cards hadn't been used since they had disappeared.
Yeah, no shit,
Finally,
Sherlock.
on January 17th, 2014, someone passing by in Riverside,
second here.
California, called the authorities around 11:45 a.m. to report a bad smell coming from the
Yeah,
trunk of
well,
a car
guess
parked
what?
at a shopping center. When the police
Closes
arrived,
2 a.m.
they
I just
discovered
had to
that the
make
car
sure.
was Gianni's dark
I don't
green
wanna fucking
Toyota
feel like a
Camry.
dumbass, you know what I
However,
mean?
the foul odor was about to uncover something unsettling. Gianni's body was in a decomposing state.
Alright, I'm leaving my fucking computer running and shit, chat. No, I got my phone right here. Getting chicken wings. I spelled continues wrong. That's alright. Whatever. Seeing voice. Two, 4, 6, 8, 1. Alright. Let's see. Oh yeah, we're back, baby. Chicken wings acquired. Fucking go.
And was sent directly for an autopsy. The results weren't clearly announced, but the authorities confirmed that it was a homicide. At a press conference on January 24, 2014, San Diego Police Department's Lieutenant Mike Hastings described the suspect as a man wearing a black hoodie with white bands around the biceps area, tan pants, and white tennis shoes. He was said to be between 5'10" and 6 feet tall. It was believed that the suspect was at the Mission Valley Mall at 11:15 p.m. on December 23, 2013, and then returned to the mall at 12:15 a.m. on December 24th. The search for the suspect from this part was kept confidential, and no new announcements were made. However, under the radar, the police were unraveling many trails. And 6 months after the murder, on June 21st, 2014, the San Diego police confirmed that they'd finally arrested a suspect. Carlo Mercado, a 29-year-old man, was booked on 3 counts of first-degree murder. However, at the very beginning, Mercado's attorney, Michael Berg, said his client adamantly denies any involvement in the triple homicide case and assured he would prove Mercado's innocence.
I think what this court's left with is more questions than answers.
On September 2nd, 2014, Mercado appeared in court for his preliminary hearing, during which new details of the triple homicide were revealed for the first time, including DNA evidence. According to the reports, Mercado's DNA was found on a Febreze air freshener bottle, which was next to Gianni's body. The trigger of the bottle was sealed with duct tape from which Mercado's DNA was found. Moreover, his DNA was also collected from the license plate and the gas cap of the car. Furthermore, the authorities found a collection of firearms in Mercado's car. Authorities said bullets recovered from all 3 bodies had been fired from the same small caliber handgun that was registered to Mercado and was found alongside all the other firearms. It was quite clear that Mercado was behind these horrific murders, but there was just one piece of the puzzle missing: the motive. San Diego County Deputy District Attorney Brian Erickson said the killings were nothing more than a random act of violence. He drafted a complete scenario of what might have happened, and his information was quite accurate. According to him, Mercado tried to steal Gianni's car and in the process shot him in the head. After Gianni was killed, Mercado pushed him aside to the passenger seat and he drove the car to his home in Mira Mesa. He stopped at a gas station, maybe on his way or when he returned to the mall later, and put gas in Gianni's car, which explained why his DNA was found on the gas cap. After about half an hour, Mercado drove back to Westfield Mission Valley Mall with Gianni's body in the trunk, likely to pick up his motorcycle, which he knew connected him to the scene of Gianni's murder. But Mercado had no idea that Salvatore and Ilona would be in the parking lot of the mall. When the two started approaching the car, Mercado might have realized that they were familiar with the car, and in turn, they knew Gianni. When Mercado saw Ilona stopping to make a call, he likely realized it was to the police, so he didn't give her any chance and directly started shooting at them. Mercado's gun had a silencer attached, and that's why the gunshot wasn't heard in the 911 phone call. There was also other interesting circumstantial evidence directed towards Mercado.
There was an iPhone 1 that had the device name and display name of Assassin.
And on his computer, evidence of a search for a particular type of movie.
They all had to do with like hitman or assassin type characters.
According to Erickson, Mercado did it because he either lived in a fantasy world where he thought he was an assassin, or he lived in this world where he didn't think he could be held accountable. On January 12, 2017, 31-year-old Carlo Mercado pleaded guilty and was sentenced to 3 consecutive life sentences without the possibility of parole. So what are your thoughts on this case? Was it a carjack gone wrong, or something else? Why didn't Mercado try to get rid of the body instead of keeping it in the trunk? Feel free to share your opinions. We'd love to hear from you. Also, subscribe to the Mysterious 7 to uncover more cases like these from around the world. Until next time, stay safe. On September 11th, 1987, 3 fishermen from Cowlitz County, Washington, found the dismembered body of a 2-month pregnant woman without a head or legs in the Lewis River. The Cowlitz County Police Department was informed, and a search to find the rest of the woman's remains was conducted. A few days later, her legs were discovered in the Willamette River near Portland, but her head was never found. Although the case was considered to be a homicide, the cause of her death was either not disclosed or not determined. Utilizing their investigative measures, detectives spent the following 2 weeks attempting to identify the woman. In the process, they made another disturbing discovery. On September 24, 1987, the body of a toddler girl was found in the Cowlitz River in Washington. She was wearing a pink striped play suit and was estimated to be around the age of 14 to 15 months at the time of her death. No reports of missing babies matched the child's appearance. But in the baby's case, detectives were able to determine the cause of death as severe trauma from beating, which indicated that she'd been murdered. Although the detectives suspected a connection between the woman and the baby, confirming their relationship proved challenging. Detectives worked tirelessly to identify the woman and the child and find out who did this to them, but sadly, despite numerous leads, the case remained unresolved. Multiple attempts at identifying the bodies were made in the near future as well, but all failed. As the police continued to hunt for their identities and killer, they were buried in unmarked graves. Years later, in 2004, Jay Prasad, a Fiji native who had immigrated to Australia, was using the early internet looking for information about his 24-year-old sister, Raj Narain, and her family. One night, he found a police drawing of a young girl whose body was discovered in the Cowlitz River in Washington on September 24, 1987. Jay recognized the child from the pictures his sister had sent of her infant daughter, Kamni. He also discovered that the body of a woman 2 months pregnant had been found nearby on September 11, 1987. Searching for more information, Jay learned that the police suspected that the woman and the little girl were mother and child, and Jay believed the unidentified woman was his sister, Raj. Raj Narain was born as Raj Madi Prasad on May 15, 1963 in Fiji. She was the youngest of 11 children, and her family called her Lali, which meant little daughter in Hindi. Raj was very close to her mother and her brothers Jay Prasad and Biren Prasad. Raj's brothers introduced her to their friend Ashok Kumar Narain, and in 1983, Ashok and Raj got married in an arranged ceremony. With her family's approval, Raj and Ashok moved to Eugene, Oregon after their wedding. Raj was the first person in her family to leave their island, Viti Levu in Fiji, and the only one to move to the United States. Being in a foreign land wasn't easy for Raj in the beginning. She missed her family and home. But Raj found immense joy in writing letters to her family, telling them every detail about her life in Oregon. While she'd write letters for her brothers, since Raj's mother couldn't read, she used to send her audio tapes with her recordings. On June 29, 1986, Raj and Ashok welcomed a baby girl named Kamni Kushal Narain. Raj was excited to embrace motherhood. She'd penned down every little thing Kamni did and sent those letters home along with pictures of Kamni. However, in 1987, the family suddenly stopped receiving letters and audio tapes from Raj. Initially, they weren't too concerned and thought she might be busy with work or taking care of Kamni. But as years passed without any communication from Raj, the family became worried, and they had no way to report her disappearance in America.
Then, in April of 2006, a call came into authorities from a man stating he may have known the names of the persons recovered. He said he had not heard from or seen his brother Ashok since April of 1988, 8 months after the horrible discoveries in the water. The man felt that the bodies were that of Ashok's wife, 24-year-old and 2-month pregnant Raj Mati, and that the baby was his 14-month-old daughter, Kamni.
Now, after seeing the pictures online in 2004, Jay traveled to Oregon, hoping to find out what happened to his sister and niece. He got in touch with the authorities and tried to gather as much information as he could. If Jay's claims were correct, the detectives would have a link between Raj's disappearance and the recovery of the unidentified woman. And while Jay learned about Raj and Kamni, unfortunately, he couldn't locate Ashok, Raj's husband. Before returning to Australia, Jay visited the unmarked grave of the mother and daughter and laid a dozen blood-red carnations, strongly believing they were Raj and Kamni. He spent some time sitting by their graves and talking to them. Jay made the promise of bringing his sister and niece home. Surprisingly, in April 2006, Ashok's brother, Robert Narayan, reported him missing. Robert had moved to Fiji from Woodland, California, some years after Ashok and Raj had moved to America. The car Ashok used to drive, a white 1980 Toyota Tercel with the Oregon license plate KUV762, also went missing along with him and was never found. In 2007, Jay and his relatives in Australia and Fiji agreed to provide their blood samples, which they submitted to Interpol. The police collected those DNA samples from several of Raj Narain's relatives and sent them, along with samples from the victims, to a lab at the University of North Texas. The lab results confirm that the woman and baby were mother and daughter and were related to Raj Narain's biological family. On September 25, 2007, they were officially identified as Raj Mati Prasad Narain, who was 2 months pregnant at the time, and her 14-month-old daughter, Kamni Kushal Narain. Even though Raj and Kamni had been found, the third person, Ashok Kumar Narain, Raj's husband and Kamni's father, was still missing. On October 17, 2007, Raj and Kamni's bodies were exhumed and, in a single coffin with Kamni resting in her mother's arms, sent to Fiji. Jay had fulfilled his promise he made to his sister and niece and brought them home. In a traditional Hindu ceremony held in Bolavu and attended by about 500 people, funeral rites were performed for Raj and Kamni. They were cremated and their ashes were later scattered into the sea. Jay Prasad created a memorial fund in honor of his sister and niece. The fund aimed to support the education of village girls in Fiji, with the goal of preventing them from facing a fate similar to his sister's. Although there was some closure for Raj and Kamni's family, the question remained, who murdered Raj and Kamni, and where was Ashok? Ashok's disappearance remained a puzzling mystery. Was he the one responsible for the crime,
Obviously.
or was he a victim himself? Several scenarios could explain what happened to Ashok. There was a possibility that he might have murdered Raj and Kamni, disposed of their bodies in the rivers, and then went into hiding. Another possibility was that Ashok was murdered along with Raj and Kamni, but his body was never found. In this scenario, the question arose, who could be the murderer of the entire family? Investigators traveled across Washington, Oregon, and California in an attempt to find Ashok. Despite discovering several individuals with the name Ashok Kumar Narain, none of them turned out to be the Ashok Narain sought by his family and detectives. Ashok Narain continues to be listed in the National Crime Identification Center database as a missing person and is considered a person of interest by Oregon police. Interestingly, he is not officially labeled as a suspect. Anyone with information on this case is encouraged to call Kelso Police Detective Damon Blaine at 360-423-1270 or Cowlitz County Sheriff's Detective Sergeant Joe Rice at 360-577-3092. If you like what you're seeing so far in the video, please hit the like, share, and subscribe button.
The LAPD says 31-year-old Melissa Mooney, a model and real estate agent, was murdered inside her luxury apartment at Sky at Bunker Hill in downtown Los Angeles.
Delicious.
On September 7th, 2023, 31-year-old Melissa Marie Mooney's family tried calling her, but grew concerned when they couldn't get a hold of her. Melissa worked as a part-time real estate agent to support her modeling career in Los Angeles, so it wasn't unusual for her to not be responsive at times. But this time, messages weren't being delivered and calls weren't going through to her, which led to a cloud of worry hovering over the Mooney house. But then, later that same day, messages suddenly started being delivered again. Melissa's family assumed that maybe her phone's battery had died and it was charged now. They all heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that Melissa was fine. Hopeful, they tried contacting her once more, but again, there was no response.
Where's my Bing?
Melissa didn't return any of the calls or the text messages her family sent her for the next few days. She had plans to meet up with her mother and Jordan, Melissa's younger sister, that upcoming weekend to help them move into a new home. Sadly, 2 more days of zero contact with Melissa went by, and the weekend arrived on September 9th, 2023, but there were still no signs of her. Her mother wondered if Melissa had gone out of town, but the idea of her doing so and not informing any of her loved ones seemed odd to her. Finally, on Sunday, September 10th, 2023, Jordan, Melissa's sister, called the Los Angeles Police Department and asked them to conduct a welfare check on her sister. Later that same day, officers arrived at Melissa's apartment in Bunker Hill, an area in downtown LA. They knocked on the door but got no response. They didn't enter the apartment as they didn't see any signs of a break-in or anything suspicious outside. Melissa's mother wasn't happy with this. She decided to take the matter into her own hands. She got a hold of Melissa's phone records and dialed the most recent number, hoping for information about Melissa. To her surprise, someone answered. The person on the other end revealed that someone else had attempted to sell them Melissa's phone for $100. It became quite clear that even though this person didn't buy the phone, Melissa didn't have her phone with her anymore. Although this raised many more questions for Melissa's mother, she was now sure about one thing. Melissa was definitely in some kind of danger. On September 12, 2023, Melissa's mother contacted the building manager at her apartment. She asked the manager to check on her daughter. The manager went to Melissa's apartment, and yet again, there was no response. This, along with how worried Melissa's mother sounded over the call, prompted the building manager to call the LAPD again. The family arrived at Melissa's apartment too in the meantime. When the authorities finally entered Melissa's home, they found a chilling scene. The apartment was flooded, with water covering the entryway into the living room, and parts of the carpet had been ripped out. In the midst of this chaos, detectives noticed something even more horrifying. There was a pool of blood right under the refrigerator. Detectives opened it up and made a gruesome discovery. Melissa's body was found stuffed inside the refrigerator. Her wrists and ankles had been bound with electric cords and clothing. She was wearing a leopard print romper and blue underwear when she was found. A portion of a vest was inside her mouth, and a pink dress was partially entwined around her face, with a pink sweatshirt partially concealing her head. Multiple articles of clothing were located near the body, including an animal print dress around her lower thighs, a yellow bikini top connecting her neck and ankles, 2 tank tops draped around her right ankle, and a gray dress. Additionally, 3 rags, a gold garment, and a pink vest were wrapped around her neck. When the detectives searched the apartment, they found nothing of much use. Melissa's laptop, phone, favorite purse, and even her laundry were all missing. It seemed as if the perpetrator tried to wipe the scene clear of evidence before leaving. Detectives began questioning her neighbors, friends, and family. None of them seemed to have noticed anything odd or suspicious in the last few days around her or her apartment. In another heartbreaking revelation, Melissa's family told the detectives that the 31-year-old model and real estate agent was 2 months pregnant and was just a few days away from turning 32. Her boyfriend, whose name was never disclosed, was questioned as well, but that too led the detectives to a dead end. Detectives examined the security footage from Melissa's apartment building on the days preceding her death. The surveillance video from September 6, 2023 showed Melissa alive at her apartment. This was the last time Melissa was captured on any of the security cameras. On September 7, 2023, a man was seen on video using her key fob to go up the elevator to her apartment. The man was carrying plastic bags. As the detectives were trying not to give too much information away, further details about this lead weren't made public. But being kept in the dark made Melissa's family feel helpless.
Have the police shared any information about the nature of this killing and what it might say about the killer? Have they asked you for any help in terms of getting them leads to who might have done this?
I've given them, I'm doing my own investigation at this point. I'm giving them everything that I know, you know, to the point that they're like,
I have some
just
random
back off,
person
and
asking
they're
me.
not even like,
Burbine.
they're not even answering, you know. They called my mom today, but still, again, nothing. They said they can't let us know anything, so nothing.
And no information about a robbery or any other motive that might have led to this?
Well, we know that her phone and laptop was stolen. And when we went to go get her belongings from her apartment, we noticed that the refrigerator was missing, so that was a part of evidence. And we've noticed that like her clothes from her Miami trip was still there, like her luggage was there, so we took her luggage and stuff. But like her dirty clothes were missing. It was random weird things missing. But what I realized that was most important, what we need was like her iPhone and laptop.
As the investigation into Melissa's death went on, Melissa's family, friends, and supporters held a vigil in downtown Los Angeles on Sunday, September 17, 2023, to honor the life of the 31-year-old model and real estate agent.
Attendees were asked to wear pink tonight as friends and family shared stories and also remembered a life cut short.
I'm standing in the gap for my sister.
And I just want to thank each and every one for your prayers.
While the detectives were busy looking for the missing pieces in the case, an autopsy conducted by the LA County Department of Medical Examiner highlighted the most chilling details about Melissa's murder.
More details surrounding Melissa Mooney's mysterious death have emerged. Nearly a month after the 31-year-old's body was found inside her Los Angeles apartment, the LA County Department of Medical Examiner has ruled that she died from homicidal violence. Her case file, which was reviewed by E! News, also lists, quote, other significant conditions under her cause of death.
The autopsy report revealed that the 31-year-old pregnant Los Angeles model had been severely beaten up. The report also stated that Melissa was most likely involved in a violent physical altercation prior to her death. Blunt force injuries, as well as lacerations, abrasions, and contusions, were found on her face, head, back, and upper left arm. One of her ribs had been fractured, and her ankles had been broken too, probably as a result of being shoved into the refrigerator or due to the altercation. According to the report, the blunt force injuries by themselves weren't critical enough to have caused her death on their own. At first, Melissa's exact cause of death had been listed as deferred, but later the LA County Medical Examiner's Office changed it to homicidal violence. The report also suggested that Melissa might have been asphyxiated. However, there were no direct marks around her neck which showed signs of strangulation. Apart from that, a toxicology screening was conducted on Melissa's body. The report showed that there were traces of alcohol in Melissa's system. However, the report concluded that it was uncertain what role the alcohol or the drugs played in her tragic death.
Yes, this is where police say that they found her murdered here inside this high-rise luxury apartment building. You can see that it's gated and also has
Probably
security
had the wrong people
here.
a bunch of money.
Meantime, her sister is speaking out on social media tonight, saying that she is absolutely heartbroken. She can't believe that her baby sister is gone and says that she can't stop crying. Her sister posted an emotional statement on her Instagram, saying in part, "Never in a million years did I think I'd have to make this post and get justice for my one and only sister. My heart is crushed. I can't believe you won't be here with us anymore. You are so loving and so kind to everyone."
Melissa's sister, Jordan, a Guyanese pop star, believed that the cause of her sister's death was listed as deferred because she'd been beaten so badly that it must have been difficult to determine the exact cause of death. However, from what Melissa's family saw at the coroner and mortuary, they knew that Melissa was definitely in a struggle, and her final moments must have been devastating. Jordan said that her sister enjoyed her life to the fullest. Even though she was working 2 jobs at a time, she loved the hustle and never complained.
I'm numb. I feel like I'm just going through the days. I haven't really slept, so I'm just really trying to figure out what happened to my sister.
The most important chapter in Melissa's life was about to begin. She was looking forward to becoming a mother, but she was robbed of that chance. Jordan added that Melissa often talked to her about what she would do when the baby would come. Now that Melissa and her unborn child were gone, her boyfriend was heartbroken too. Jordan said that Melissa was so badly beaten that even the mortician cried looking at the condition of her body. What happened with Melissa and the gruesome details about the case have left Jordan completely scarred. It's going to be a hard journey for Jordan to live a life without her best friend, her sister.
Sister, Guyanese pop star Jordan Pauline, tells local Los Angeles affiliate KTLA, "I can't imagine what my sister went through, and it pains me to even think about it." Mooney's sister also shared her loss on Instagram September 14th, writing, "Never in a million years did I think I'd have to make this post and get justice for my one and only sister." She captioned a series of family photos. "My heart is crushed. I can't believe you won't be here with us anymore. You were so loving and so kind to everyone."
On October 14th, 2023, Melissa's family organized a funeral service for her and chose to have a closed casket service because they didn't want anyone to remember Melissa for the struggle she went through towards her tragic end. Shockingly, Melissa's murder took place shortly after the death of another model, 32-year-old Nicole Coates, also killed in her own downtown Los Angeles apartment. Melissa and Nicole's apartments were located 5 minutes apart in the same neighborhood.
New details tonight about the death of model Nicole Coates. The LA County Medical Examiner's Office has ruled the 32-year-old's death as accidental, caused by cocaine and ethanol toxicity. Family members found Coates' body inside her apartment on September 10th. 2 days later, another model, 31-year-old Melissa Mooney, was found dead in her apartment 3 miles away. The coroner's office says she died by homicide. Authorities say the two cases are not related.
The similarities between the two cases raising suspicions that something criminal may have happened to Coates as well.
Her incident was 5 minutes away. They're both models. They're in the same age bracket. I'm just trying to piece everything together, but I still feel that something fishy is going on.
Melissa's family sent condolences to Nicole's family as well. It remains unclear whether Melissa and Nicole knew each other.
Yo,
the police said there was no evidence which suggested that there was any link between the deaths of the two models. Yet the community was astonished by the striking similarities in the women's careers and the close proximity of their apartments. This ignited fear in the citizens that a potential serial killer was on the loose. The LAPD insisted on treating the matter solely as a homicide investigation. The investigation into Melissa's murder went on for months, and yet there were no significant developments in the case. But still, Melissa's family remained determined in their quest for answers.
Dude.
And in a sudden turn of events, in February 2024, the detectives found a potential suspect.
A man is in custody this morning in connection with the murder of a model in downtown LA. Melissa Mooney was found dead inside of her apartment last September.
Detectives took into custody Magnus Daniel Humphrey, a 41-year-old man from Minnesota. With a long criminal history, Magnus was already in the system. Although he was arrested on November 3, 2023 for unrelated narcotics charges, it was later, in February 2024, that the police linked him to Melissa's murder. However, details about how Magnus was linked to Melissa's murder remain undisclosed by the police.
Why would anyone do something like that?
Justice looks like everyone involved is persecuted, and we're bringing life
do
to my
you
sister
smoke?
so she's able to finally rest and just get these monsters in jail where they belong and to stay there.
The relationship between Melissa and Magnus also remains a mystery, but Melissa's family claimed that they'd never seen or heard of Magnus ever before. When Magnus was ordered jailed without bail, they all finally took a sigh of relief, knowing that Melissa would finally get justice.
Never mind, young buck.
Vanished from a home in Maui more than 2 weeks ago.
The heartbroken mother of Jaden Lesky. Police began an extensive search of nearby grassland, but found no clues to the little boy's disappearance.
It's where Jaden Lesky, a 13-month-old toddler, goes missing.
17 days of nothing. The chances of finding Jaden alive now are very, very remote.
What follows is a murder investigation unlike any other, which begins with a bizarre attack using a pig's head.
What? Jaden Raymond Lesky was born on April 30th, 1996, to the couple Belinda Murphy and Brett Lesky in Newborough, Victoria, Australia. Residing in the Victorian town of Moe, Jaden shared a home with his mother, Belinda Murphy, and his older sister, Brianna. Brett Lesky, Jaden's father, lived in another state since he and Belinda had separated a few months ago. Jaden was a healthy child who had his whole life ahead of him. In mid-June of 1997, when Jaden was only a couple of months past his first birthday, tragedy struck. On June 14th, 1997, Belinda's 28-year-old boyfriend, Greg Damaskowitz, had come over to his girlfriend's home. He offered to babysit her son, Jaden, as Belinda had plans to catch up with her sister that day. Greg, an unemployed mechanic at the time, had plenty of spare time and had taken care of Jaden on multiple occasions before. They often spent time together in the garage, with Greg working on his car while watching over the toddler. Belinda left to meet her sister a little out of town, and Greg took Jaden over to his own house. The initial plan was for him to bring the child back to his regular babysitter at 4 p.m. However, that plan took an unexpected turn as Greg lost track of time and failed to make it back to Belinda's home. Despite numerous attempts, Belinda found herself unable to reach Greg. In light of the situation, she assumed that Greg would continue caring for Jaden into the evening. With this understanding, she decided to continue with her plan of spending time with her sister. By the evening of that same day, Greg put Jaden to sleep. Around 2 a.m., Greg had to drive to leave his house to pick up an intoxicated Belinda from Ryan's hotel in the neighboring town of Trowelgone. He left Jaden sleeping on the couch. Since it was only a 20-minute drive to the pub, Greg thought he could quickly make the trip and get home
20
while
minutes
Jaden
there
slept
and 20
safe and
minutes
sound.
back is 40
Around
minutes.
3
It's a whole
a.m.,
fucking
Greg and
hour,
Belinda
idiot.
returned to Moe. Greg dropped Belinda at her house and told her that he'd
But
be back with
actually, it
Jaden
was the
soon.
case and he didn't
When
kill
Greg
him.
reached his place, he was greeted by a shocking scene of vandalism that had unfolded in his absence. A severed pig's head had been maliciously placed on the front lawn, and shattered glass from broken window panes were all over the floor. Fueled by anxiety, Greg hurried inside to check on Jaden, only to discover his absence. The 1-year-old was nowhere to be found. Greg was in a state of panic. Around 5 a.m., he went over to Belinda's house and broke the terrible news. In a frantic state, Belinda, along with Greg, immediately went to Mo police station and reported the distressing disappearance of her son. The officers at the station took a statement from both Greg and Belinda. Greg asserted that Jaden had been abducted from his house after he left for Traralgon to pick up Belinda. According to his account, he left the child on the couch to prevent waking him up. However, law enforcement was quite suspicious about his narrative. After an initial round of questioning, detectives believed that Jaden had not been abducted, and it was only a story Greg had come up with to cover up an even bigger crime. As soon as Jaden's disappearance was reported to the police, local reporters caught wind of the case through a police scanner. Media interest in the case began on the very morning Jaden went missing, while Greg and Belinda were still undergoing questioning by the police. The initial coverage of Jaden's disappearance centered around the narrative of an abduction. Following the report of Jaden's disappearance, Victorian homicide detective Roland Legg took charge of the case. Local and state police initiated a rigorous and extensive 20-day search for the missing child. It also garnered national attention with headlines echoing the question, "Where is Jaden?" Regrettably, the search proved unsuccessful because of significant challenges such as a lack of witnesses, misleading tips to law enforcement, and the vast geographic expanse that needed thorough exploration. For the time being, Greg remained the prime suspect in Jaden's disappearance and was being observed under a microscope. Greg later ended up hiring a defense lawyer to avoid any trouble. The complexity of the inquiry was further made confusing by the condition of the crime scene. Law enforcement promptly dismissed any connection between Jaden's vanishing, the acts of vandalism, and the vandals themselves. The presence of a severed pig's head at the location where Jaden had gone missing initially gave rise to unfounded public speculation about satanic cults. This bizarre element persisted in media coverage, symbolically intertwined with the perplexing and unusual circumstances surrounding Jaden's disappearance. Referred to as the Pig's Head Team by Greg's defense lawyer, the police, in their investigative efforts, concluded that the vandalism was an independent and retaliatory act against Greg. The people associated with the Pig's Head Team emerged as potential witnesses regarding Jaden's whereabouts post 2:30 a.m. They asserted, both in police interviews and media interactions, that they hadn't heard any sounds indicative of a child crying while carrying out their act of vandalism at Greg's residence. Regardless of the complex web of relationships and troubled histories within the town of Mo, the police team swiftly eliminated the Pig's Head gang as potential suspects. The police consistently maintained their stance that Greg's residence was subjected to vandalism without any signs of forced entry. Nevertheless, they faced criticism from the public for making many mistakes during the investigation, the most crucial of them being that the police didn't examine Greg's house for fingerprints. Contrary to claims of potential intruders, crime scene examiners repeatedly rejected such notions. They clarified that only 2 windows had been smashed, and the broken sections would have caused difficulties for any intruder to pass through. None of the other windows showed any signs of disturbance.
Now this one on the lounge room, it's a higher window than the other one, but right along the bottom of it, there's jagged glass, and there are shards up here. So that's the wider gap.
I mean, you could get through the
anybody
side,
who was intending to climb through there would be impossible to do it, considering the jagged pieces at the bottom.
Investigators discovered a stash of 600 pounds in wet currency under Greg's mattress. Later, they also found a wet wallet in Greg's house. Regrettably, the detectives didn't think of these findings as crucial to the case and made their second mistake of failing to conduct a thorough examination of the clothes Greg was wearing on the night of Jaden's disappearance. In addition to the wet wallet, several tissues stained with Jaden's blood were also discovered in Greg's household trash. However, the amount of blood wasn't significant enough to indicate any major or even fatal injury. As the attention of the entire nation was fixated on the town of Mo,
like that,
the police directed their scrutiny towards Jaden's babysitter and Belinda's boyfriend, Greg Domaskowitz. His narration of the events that transpired during the day and night proved quite puzzling, although he later said he was simply exhausted. Greg asserted that the heightened focus on him was a result of previous complaints he'd lodged about local police harassment, grievances that had even reached high officials from the department. After a month of thorough investigation, the detectives had become increasingly convinced of Greg's guilt. However, the police's case rested entirely on circumstantial evidence, lacking a single piece of conclusive proof, and notably, the absence of Jayden's body. On July 16, 1997, approximately 1 month after Jayden's disappearance, Greg was arrested and charged with the murder of Jayden Lesky. Subsequently, Greg was taken to trial. Greg's strange behavior on the night of Jayden's disappearance, throughout the trial, and in the aftermath, became a focal point for both media scrutiny and investigative attention. Greg claimed to have left Jayden alone at home while he went to pick up Belinda from Traralgon, implying that the child was abducted during his absence. However, earlier that evening, Greg had placed a call to Ryan's hotel, informing Belinda that Jayden had been taken to the hospital for a minor burn. After picking up Belinda, Greg went on to explain that he'd relocated Jayden from Moe Hospital, stating that he wasn't being properly treated there. Greg told Belinda that Jayden was now being looked after at Maryvale Hospital, near the town of Morwell. Oddly, when Belinda asked Greg to take her to Jayden, Greg declined, stating that because of her intoxicated state, she would probably be denied entry. As a result, Belinda remained unaware of her child's disappearance for several hours after returning home, while relying on Greg's word and believing that Jayden was in the hospital. But even this story by Greg had a loophole. The police found out that Maryvale Hospital was undergoing construction at the time Jayden disappeared and wasn't equipped to receive patients. Greg later tried to defend his earlier statements about Jayden's hospitalization by calling it a poorly timed joke. Although Greg was the prime suspect in Jayden's case, Belinda still had complete faith in him.
What?
She refused to believe that Greg could harm Jayden. Belinda's strong belief in Greg made the detectives consider her to be a suspect as well. Very few details were available considering Greg's activities between his return home from Ryan's hotel in Traralgon at approximately 3 a.m. and the time he reported Jayden missing around 5 a.m.
Because I know myself that I had nothing to do with it. That's weird.
And Belinda?
I've never believed Greg done it. Never, ever. Never will.
We had the possibility of Belinda covering up for Greg in some way.
When questioned about this, Greg asserted that he spent this time conducting a solo search for Jayden in the vicinity of Moe. He said that at the time, he was under the belief that someone had abducted Jayden as a prank. Surprisingly, at approximately 4 a.m. that same day, Greg was stopped at a police checkpoint and was asked to undergo a breath test. Despite being aware of Jayden's disappearance during this encounter, Greg failed to take this opportunity to disclose the information about Jayden to the police. Throughout the murder trial, various witnesses stepped up and testified to Greg's previous displays of aggression and violence towards Jayden. These acts included hitting Jayden across the face, pushing him forcefully, and locking him in dark rooms when he felt annoyed by the child. Upon these accusations, Greg persistently denied any involvement in Jayden's death. Instead, he countered that the police were continuing to harass him and falsely accusing him of murder. He publicly referred to his accusers as dogs. These assertions of police harassment were later brought up by Greg's defense lawyer, who also raised questions about alleged illegal interview recordings, conflicting witness statements, and the absence of concrete evidence presented by the police. However, on December 18, 1997, Greg was ultimately acquitted.
The fiercely fought defense case will reveal why the jury let the prime suspect go free.
The Supreme Court jury has cleared 30-year-old Domasevich of killing the little boy.
But the case was still far from its end.
Always
what came next left Belinda and the residents of Moe in deep sorrow. On January 1st, 1998, more than 6 months after his disappearance, Jayden's body was discovered by picnickers at Blue Rock Dam, which was located approximately 11 miles north of Moe. His lifeless body had been enveloped in a sleeping bag and anchored by a crowbar, preserving it in the frigid waters of the lake throughout the winter season. In close proximity, approximately 200 meters from the discovery site, the police retrieved a few more items in addition to the 2-meter crowbar, including baby boots, a bottle, and a bib. Jayden's body was sent for further testing to forensic pathologist Shelley Robertson, who conducted an autopsy. The results unveiled a poorly bandaged broken arm, severe head trauma, and the presence of the drug benzhexol.
Deceased Jayden Lesky had a broken arm which had been splintered in some form, just using a piece of wood. and a bandage wrapped around that, splinting the arm.
There was also a head injury. How significant was that?
That was quite significant.
Do you believe that was the cause of death?
Yes.
This is not an accident?
I don't believe so, no.
And therefore, in your opinion, this child was murdered?
Yes.
The clothing Jayden was wearing was sent for DNA testing in an attempt to unravel the circumstances surrounding the crime. Unfortunately, a cross-contamination at the laboratory rendered the DNA evidence void.
Damn.
This major setback added further complexity to Jayden's case. Since the DNA evidence had been contaminated, the detectives went back to solidifying their theories of Greg's guilt in the case. Now that Jayden's body had been found, and most importantly, at a dam, the detectives took another look at all the evidence they had against Greg. The wet money and the wet wallet found at Greg's residence on the day of Jayden's disappearance now placed Greg at the crime scene. The police asserted that Jayden had probably been murdered within a 6-hour window, spanning from the moment he entered Greg's residence to before Belinda's departure from the hotel. They contended that Greg unintentionally caused Jayden's death and later carried his lifeless body to the dam. This theory was supported by the fact that while disposing of Jayden's body, Greg must have ended up drenching himself in water, which resulted in his money and wallet being wet too. Jayden was finally laid to rest on January 14, 1998, as dozens gathered for his funeral and millions mourned across the country. Even though Jayden was sent away in peace, the controversies surrounding his case were never ending. The vanishing and subsequent death of Jayden Lesky garnered widespread media attention, swiftly evolving into one of the most notable murders in Australian history. In an awful way, the entire scenario constituted the perfect media story. This, coupled with the sensational trial and eventual acquittal of Greg Damaskowitz, caused the case to attain a level of national significance. The media was criticized for having cast a shadow over Jayden's death, which played a pivotal role in shaping public perceptions about the case and how the investigation unfolded.
Okay, he's got him. I just want him back.
Nearly all with a role to play in this case will feel scorched and exposed in the relentless and intense reporting by the media. Lives and relationships will be openly judged and their working class environment scrutinized.
I'd never leave my kids with anyone I didn't sort of trust. I mean, I regret everything now, but I mean, you can't change anything.
In a controversial 2006 judicial inquiry into Jayden's case, it was determined that Greg had played a contributing role in the toddler's death and likely disposed of the boy's body. However, the coroner refrained from placing sole responsibility on Greg for Jayden's death due to a lack of evidence. Despite the presence of these new findings, the investigation into Jayden's murder couldn't move forward anymore because of the double jeopardy laws. According to this law, accused persons can't be tried again on the same charges following an acquittal or conviction. In response, Belinda, Jayden's mother, joined a coalition advocating for a re-evaluation of these laws. Even after 2 decades, the now former Victorian homicide detective Roland Legg, who worked on the Jayden Lesky case, said that he was still certain that Greg was involved in Jayden's murder. The most dangerous part was that they'd almost had Jayden's killer, but he was let go. In his first television interview with Liz Hayes in 20 years, Greg said that he was being targeted because of his troubled history with the police officers and his tarnished image in the town.
Here you are, a man who was put before the courts. You were found not guilty.
That motherfucker canceled for no reason. Maybe he didn't want to pay for that shipping.
You carry the burden of a public who thinks
That's
you
rough.
are.
I hope you get your money back.
Because the police never done their job properly.
Have you ever felt innocent?
I feel innocent, yeah, of course, but I've got this, guilt thing that if I just didn't up and leave him at home, there'd be a, little boy out there and you don't even know, it's just the worst thing, all I can say is I promise that I did not kill Jayden, but out of all that, I lost all my house, all my assets, everything, to pay for, the case and this and that. But to me, bullet you got to bite on because, it was ultimately me that he's not with us now.
There was no solid evidence that linked him to Jaden's murder. Greg concluded by promising the viewers that he did not kill Jaden. It's been more than 25 years since Jaden's remains were found at the dam near Mo, but his case still remains unsolved. There's a sense of pain, grief, and
it was the deal of a lifetime. What kind of laptop was
justice for Jaden. Their minds are constantly troubled by just one thought: Jaden's killer or killers are still walking free.
We're learning more about the young woman accused of an unspeakable crime, shoving an elderly lady to her death for no reason.
Thursday, March 10th, 2022, was a day
filled
with excitement for 87-year-old Barbara Meyer Gustern in Manhattan, New York.
I remember this.
Being a famous vocal coach in the city,
$500,
she'd been spending time at her
yeah.
Chelsea
That's a
apartment
fucking
with some of her
steal.
theater friends, rehearsing for a cabaret show that was soon to go on stage.
That's a steal.
Barbara left her apartment after the
the
rehearsal and
fuck?
was headed to one of her students'
That's
shows
probably
in
a
the theater
scam.
not far from her place when, out of nowhere, tragedy struck. At that same time, Lauren Pazenza, a 26-year-old socialite from one of New York's well-known upper-class families, stormed out of a Chelsea Park restaurant where she'd been enjoying a meal with her fiancé, Naveen Pereira. Lauren was already outraged because of an argument she had had mere moments ago when she encountered Barbara. Unaware of the dangers walking towards her, Barbara was standing at West 28th Street between 8th and 9th Avenue and was trying to hail a taxi when, out of nowhere, Lauren charged towards her and pushed her with full force. Barbara couldn't handle the blow and hit her head directly on the pavement as she fell. Soon, there was a pool of blood around Barbara, and the blaring ambulance sirens rang in her head
That's
as she
fucking
gasped
crazy.
for
Super.
air
I'm so
and
sad you
lost
didn't get
consciousness.
that.
Why
eBay
did
got
Lauren
money
attack
back
Barbara?
in, so it wasn't right. Oh, okay.
Did the two women know each other? Lauren was born in 1995 to the couple Daniel and Caroline Pazenza. By early 2022, 26-year-old Lauren was rumored to be working for a retail store and was living in an upscale one-bedroom apartment in Astoria,
Interesting,
Queens, New
daddy.
York, that her fiancé Naveen Pereira and his father had purchased in 2019. Naveen was working as a Microsoft customer support specialist. He'd met Lauren years ago when they attended high school together at Ward Melville. In contrast to what people thought of Lauren, Naveen was known to be a kind and generous person. Just a few months away from her wedding, Lauren was enjoying a meal with Naveen on the evening of March 10, 2022, around 8:30 p.m. at Chelsea Park in Manhattan. Enjoying the ambiance, the soon-to-be married couple was already fueled up on several glasses of wine when they were told to leave as it was closing time. But Lauren wasn't ready to go anywhere yet. Soon, she grew irate and burst out at the staff. Seeing the argument heating up, Naveen intervened and tried to calm Lauren down, but nothing worked. She threw her dinner onto her fiancé and stormed away, leaving her fiancé behind. Shortly after, she encountered 87-year-old Barbara Gustern, who was with
She's
a friend
87, bro? Damn, she don't look 87.
a taxi on West 28th Street between 8th and 9th Avenue. Lauren strode over, shouted obscenities at Barbara, and pushed her with great force while crossing the street. The incident caused Barbara to fall on the sidewalk, and she hit her head on the pavement.
Yeah, you said this.
There was blood all around, and a crowd gathered to help Barbara out. Turning her head and looking at the mess she'd created, Lauren quickly fled the scene as Barbara lay there bleeding. Barbara was gasping for every breath and trying to process what had just happened to her. As Barbara's friend held her in her arms and tried to cover the wound on her head, Barbara told her that she'd never been hurt this badly before. There were witnesses to the whole incident who wasted no time in calling the emergency medical services, and soon Barbara was rushed to the hospital where she lost consciousness. The NYPD was informed of the tragedy, and an investigation was probed into the incident. While questioning the witnesses helped them get a rough description of the suspect, it wasn't enough to successfully identify her. That's where the footage from the security cameras around the area where the incident took place came in handy. With the descriptive information at hand, detectives were quick to spot Lauren in the footage pacing through the streets near Chelsea Park. She lingered around the neighborhood for about 20 minutes after she pushed Barbara, and even saw the ambulance arrive and take the bleeding, frail old woman to the hospital. Lauren probably wanted to figure out how much damage she'd done. Soon after that, she left the area and was seen entering Penn Station at 9 p.m. with her fiancé. NYPD carefully tracked all of Lauren's movements after the attack through a painstaking review of surveillance footage across the city. The MetroCard Lauren and Naveen had been using helped detectives narrow down the list of neighborhoods the couple might be staying in. Once they knew the targeted areas, detectives released a series of Lauren's images from the security footage and hoped that someone would recognize her and give them more information. The plan worked, and Lauren was finally identified. The new information led detectives to Lauren and Naveen's apartment in Astoria, Queens. When the detectives arrived at the apartment, Lauren wasn't around, but her fiancé, Naveen, was. While he did provide the detectives with some information, he too didn't know where Lauren was. Although this seemed a bit suspicious to the detectives, there wasn't much they could do about it but to keep tabs on Naveen from then on. Naveen told the detectives that he and Lauren took the subway from Chelsea to their apartment in Queens. Lauren didn't say a word about anything that had happened until later that night when the couple was home. She vaguely told Naveen about the push, making it sound like it wasn't something serious. She said that she might have said something mean to the timid old lady, but she wasn't sure. Detectives went around in Lauren's apartment building from door to door, talking to her neighbors and trying to gather more information. While some of the neighbors didn't have much to say about Lauren, some implied that she was not a peaceful resident at all. She always had an issue with someone or something in the building. Always ready to have an argument, Lauren was confrontational and non-hesitant. Although she was definitely not the best
Probably
tenant,
living around a bunch of like
never
old people,
violent
and those
either.
old people are like, yeah, fuck this lady.
As the police looked for Lauren, Barbara was put on life support and was fighting for every breath. The direct collision between her head and the pavement had caused a massive hemorrhage on the left side of her brain. The senseless and shocking attack on Barbara outraged many in the New York theater and cabaret communities. Being one of the city's most talented vocal coaches, she was better known as Bobby Joe and was an occasional performer herself. She'd taught and had worked with many talented artists, including Blondie singer Debbie Harry and Diamanda Gallis. Even though she herself had studied psychology at Columbia University and DePaul University, Barbara's heavenly voice and the love for music led her to becoming a vocal artist. On the night she was attacked, Barbara had just left her Chelsea apartment where she'd been rehearsing an upcoming cabaret show with collaborators Barbara Blair, Paul Greenwood, and actor-playwright Austin Pendleton. Along with a friend, she was on her way downtown to the Public Theater's Joe's Pub venue to watch and support the performance of one of her students. Sadly, she'd never make it there. Looking at Barbara's already fragile condition getting worse day by day was painful for her close ones as well. But it all came to a tragic end 5 days after the attack took place. Barbara succumbed to her injuries on March 15, 2022. The New York City Office of Chief Medical Examiner concluded the cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head. 2 people who knew Lauren alerted the authorities, telling them that she might be hiding at her parents' place in Port Jefferson on Long Island. Following the tip, detectives arrived at the Pazenza house on Monday, March 21st,
You think they would have instinctually looked there? Like, what
Daniel,
the fuck?
Lauren's father, answered.
Dude, she's like a spitting image of her mom and her dad. She's got her dad's eyes and like her mom's like
the door.
Face.
Told the detectives that Lauren wasn't staying there, but refused to give them any more information about his daughter. He stood firm at the door, keeping the detectives out and refusing to let them search the house. Since the investigators didn't have a warrant to search the house yet, they had to leave empty-handed. However, in a surprising turn of events, Lauren surrendered to the authorities the very next day. Now that Lauren was in custody and the police had her cell phone, which she'd tried to hide at her aunt's place, detectives uncovered a few incriminating facts about Lauren. After attacking Barbara and fleeing the scene on March 10, 2022, Lauren spent the next 2 weeks trying to cover her tracks and followed even the most minute steps to keep herself off the police department's radar. For the first few days, Lauren stayed at her Queens apartment, but ever since she found out how much coverage Barbara's case was getting, she fled, first to her parents' house on Long Island, and then to her aunt's house. She hid her phone at her aunt's place, quit her job, deleted all her social media accounts, and even took down a website which featured updates about her wedding, which was supposed to take place in June 2022. when Lauren's surveillance images were released by the police and the news of Barbara's death flashed across the city's screens, Lauren became extremely scared since the potential consequences had now increased to manslaughter in addition to aggravated assault. Eventually, Lauren realized that she was in deep trouble and hence contacted Arthur Aidala, her attorney, before surrendering on Tuesday, March 22nd, 2022. She was charged with 1 count of first-degree manslaughter and 2 counts of assault. Lauren was put behind bars at the Rikers Island prison. A judge ordered Lauren held on $500,000 cash over a $1 million bond, but just a few days after Lauren's arrest, her mother, Carolyn, wrote a check for $500,000 and bailed her out of Rikers Island jail where she was being held. The media painted Lauren's image as that of a spoiled rich girl, but Lauren's attorney, Arthur Aidala, was determined to turn that around. In a statement by Arthur where he addressed the public, he assured everyone that Lauren wasn't even close to how she was being portrayed. He added that the bail money paid for her release was not only her immediate family's money, but a fund collected by many people who believed in Lauren. He closed by saying that this was an example of how supportive and loving Lauren's family and friends are.
AKA how rich they are.
When it was time for a court hearing, Lauren pleaded not guilty to both the charges against her.
Lauren Pacienza
You
appeared in
fooling
court
me,
and
motherfucker.
pleaded not
I know how
guilty.
rich people try and
The
twist shit.
26-year-old is accused of shoving 87-year-old Barbara Gustern to her death back in March. Gustern was a beloved vocal coach whose clients included celebrities like Debbie Harry and many in the Broadway community.
In his opening arguments, Arthur claimed to the judge that pushing someone who was on a sidewalk wasn't the same as pushing someone in front of a moving vehicle or pushing someone from a cliff. He implied that the charges against his client were not justified and even went on to accuse Manhattan DA Alvin Bragg's office of overcharging his client. Justin McNabney, the prosecutor on the case, said that the whole incident was the result of an extended temper tantrum by Lauren. The attack was completely unprovoked and a fit of rage. Lauren had decided to target a random stranger on the streets.
Congratulations, hope you have fun playing it.
Justin also brought the court's attention to the fact that in addition to being drunk, Lauren was also high on Xanax when she pushed Barbara that evening in Chelsea. Throughout the hearings, Lauren maintained her innocence. Due to the nature of the evidence against Lauren, the prosecution found it difficult to prove her guilty. With this, the judge couldn't hand in a verdict initially, and what followed was a string of extended court hearings. On Tuesday, May 10, 2022, Justice Felicia A. Menon revoked Lauren's bail, stating that observing her behavior during her court appearances, the judge didn't see any remorse on Lauren's face for her actions. Lauren was put behind bars yet again on Rikers Island Prison, where she was being held originally. Morgan Jenis, one of Barbara's friends, was content with the decision and shared her thoughts on the same.
I think the judge's decision was actually unexpected, but I think it's right, because I do think this young woman is a flight risk. The fact is, she ran across the street to push an elderly woman for no reason because she was having a temper tantrum. What she did needs to have consequences.
Lauren's next hearing was scheduled on the morning of Thursday, June 15, 2023. But when the day arrived, Lauren did not appear before the judge. The usual crowd that had been attending all the court hearings regularly included Lauren's parents and a group which consisted of Barbara's friends, family, and students. Although Lauren's absence that day left them wondering what was going on, it was momentarily revealed that Lauren's scheduled court appearance on Thursday was waved off as both sides had decided to work on a plea deal. On Wednesday, August 23, 2023, 28-year-old Lauren walked into the New York State Supreme Court in Manhattan. With tears in her eyes, Lauren uttered in a soft voice, agreeing that she caused the death of Barbara Mayer Gustern.
Lauren Pacienza was led into the courtroom here in downtown New York with her hands cuffed behind her back, her red hair combed straight. As she sat before the judge, she spoke softly, her voice even cracking as she pled guilty to first-degree manslaughter. Upon leaving the courtroom, she paused and looked over her shoulder towards her parents, who were seated quietly in the corner of the room.
With her lawyer by her side, she stated her name for the record and agreed to give up her right to a trial. Had the case gone to trial and Lauren was found guilty, she would have faced a sentence of up to 25 years in prison.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Finally, Lauren changed her plea from not guilty to guilty. The district attorney, Alvin L. Bragg, stated that the plea held Lauren fully accountable for her deadly actions on the evening of March 10, 2022. In exchange for a shorter sentence, Lauren pleaded guilty to 1 count of manslaughter. She and her lawyer, Arthur Aidala, reached an agreement with the Manhattan District Attorney's Office, according to which she would have to serve 8 years in prison and 5 years post her release under supervision.
That's wild.
Felicia A. Menon, the judge in the case, accepted the plea and scheduled a formal sentencing for September 29, 2023.
Only 8 years?
However, Arthur, Lauren's defense attorney, addressed the media while still trying to clear his client's name. Arthur said that Lauren wasn't in the best mental state when she shoved Barbara last year. She'd been extremely intoxicated because of the wine and the prescription drugs she'd consumed earlier that day. Arthur added that it was never Lauren's intention to cause anyone any harm that March evening, and given her condition that day, she could not have possibly known what she was doing.
Whether it was a push, or whether it was a shove, or whether it was a kick, or whether someone tripped, the evidence is not very solid on that at all.
Yeah, no shit.
Several rows
For real, bro. I'm just flabbergasted. I remember when this happened. I don't
sense
know what
of
happened with the
injustice
case,
after
though.
the hearing. They had attended each and every court date and were
That's
hoping
crazy.
for Lauren to get a longer
You know why
sentence.
she got off, bro? It's because her mom and dad are just fucking rich as shit, or someone in her
I was
family's just rich as shit.
expecting there would be at least 10 years. But at least it was manslaughter 1. And there's finally some accountability. She finally admitted what she did.
What's the slay level now? Fucking 81. I'm just trying to get the strength level here, brother. 32k XP away.
That she serves her time hard.
Barbara's 30-year-old grandson, A.J. Meyer Gustern, didn't shy away from expressing his feelings about Lauren to the media.
Do you think that
Almost
Lauren
level 90.
Pazienza got off easy? I definitely would say that she's lucky. I am personally disappointed with the verdict. What did she take away when it comes to your grandmother? She took away my best friend, my mentor, and a teacher to thousands of people in this city.
The day of Lauren's sentencing finally arrived. The usual crowd had gathered at the
Chat,
Manhattan
anybody
State
wanna rip
Supreme
a toke?
Court on Friday, September 29, 2023, to see Lauren receive her sentence. Judge Felicia A. Menon brought the case to an end, but not without a tiny twist. She said that she was not convinced with how 28-year-old Lauren had taken responsibility for her actions.
Thank God.
Seeing little or no remorse from Lauren for her crimes, the judge added 6 more months to Lauren's 8-year prison sentence.
Yeah, let's go, Judge.
Lauren was born into a family of wealth and...
Born into a family of wealth and comfort. Shocking. Spoiled little cunt. Fucking... Bro, that shit pisses me off when shit like that happens, bro. This little old lady works hard her whole life and just gets taken advantage of. And then fucking mommy and daddy bail this bitch out. It's crazy. It's fucking just crazy, bro.
comfort. She grew up living a life of privilege,
I'm
and her
ripping the
sense of
fat fucking
entitlement
toke.
reflected in her actions. Her father's cesspool empire, combined with whatever wealth her fiancé possessed, made her
Cesspool.
feel like she was on top of the world. Since her father would always make all her problems go away, but this time, Lauren had crossed a line and done something so horrific that nobody could help her escape. Known to all and loved by many New Yorkers, Barbara will always be remembered by the souls she touched throughout her life and for her contribution to the world of music and theater. Do you think Lauren was sentenced justly?
No.
Or should she have been handed a harsher sentence? Naveen had known Lauren for a very long time. Do you think he didn't know of Lauren's dark side?
Boy was probably just so scared to leave. Yeah, man. I know this guy.
In Denver,
I know this guy
a
that
woman
I
who
grew
had
up
spent her
with. He
entire
was
childhood
in a
within
bar,
the known neighborhoods of the city,
and
came out with
some guy
news
stepped on his
that
shoes,
would reveal
and he turned around and he's
horrors
like,
about a
"Yo,
practicing
fuck you!"
doctor,
And the guy just like,
cardiologist
"What'd you say?"
Stephen
Turns around,
Matthews,
just cold
one of the
cocked
most
him right in the
notable
face.
doctors in the field,
My
was
buddy fell
incarcerated with
backwards,
over
fucking hit his
51
head, and was
assault charges
dead
to
on
his
the
name.
spot.
A woman who wished to keep herself unidentified came down to the station on February 6, 2023, reporting a case of abuse. The incident took place at Stephen's house when he escorted the woman after a date, which was a result result of an ongoing match on the
Shit's
dating
crazy,
app
bro.
Hinge. What was supposed to be a quick drink and a warm
So if you're getting ready to punch
ended up
somebody,
with
bro,
her in
you'd
an
better be ready to
ambulance
fucking
with
do
faded
it. You know what
memories
I mean?
and a looming uncertainty
Did you cause
involving
that
just
person
one
brain
recurring
damage or
question.
you altered
What
their life
happened
in
that
any
night?
fucking which
I think
way?
I needed to.
That's on you, bro.
I
So,
grew up here.
yeah.
This is my hometown.
Word
I
to the
wanted
wise.
to keep the city that I grew up in safe. And I didn't feel that I was being taken seriously or listened to enough. So I did what I needed to do to be heard.
The tragic date, which she thought was just a nightmare, turned out to be just one from Stephen's playbook, with over 12 other victims accounted for. A modern-day romance turned ugly with the help of just one lethal weapon, Hinge. How much can one truly know about another with just the swipe of a fingertip? Who accounts for our safety when we build a profile on such a platform?
I've got to know
how
what
easily
the
can
inside of
one
a
be
chick's pussy
blindsided
felt like
by
just by the
seemingly
swipe
nice
of a
gentlemen?
fingertip.
All the victims' names in this
I
case
get to know a
should
lot.
be kept hidden. During further
to
narration,
know a lot.
alias names will be used instead of the victim's original identity. The first known incident happened on January 29th, 2023, to a woman who we've named Sarah. The very next day, she would take herself to the university hospital, where she'd be given a SANE test. This test is typically used for assault victims to rule out whether or not a person has been taken advantage of. She shared that the reason she got herself to take the SANE exam was due to what happened the previous night. On January 29th, 2023, after texting on Hinge for a couple of
7K.
weeks, Sarah decided to meet
Bro,
with
I'm so
Stephen
close to
and
so many
agreed to go
levels.
out on a date. The two met in a cafe named
I need
On
to
and Off, where they had their breakfast
need to
and
make a
shared few
rejuvenation
mimosas.
pool. Oops,
Things
I need
were
to make a
seemingly going
rejuvenation.
quite well between the pair. So after breakfast,
don't have
when
any
Stephen asked her to
fucking
come over to
money,
his place to extend the date, Sarah didn't have any suspicions at first. The walk from the cafe to his place was only about 5 minutes long, and upon reaching his condo, the two played Jenga together before getting into the hot tub. Around this time, Stephen walked up to her with a drink in hand, showcasing all the traits of a good host. Sarah gulped down her drink, but started feeling sick soon after. According to Sarah, she lost all consciousness and couldn't recall anything
Yo,
from noon to
Bryant,
9:40
chilling, brother.
p.m.
How
that
you? How are
day.
you?
The first thing she remembered
boss
was waking up to
saying
paramedics
stuff,
in her
eh?
own house, having no memory of how she got back home. However, later, she recalled faint memories of taking an Uber at around 3:40 p.m. and
How
calling up her
much
sister
was
and a
that?
friend
How
in a
much was
trance
that?
state while heading back home, which added to their concerns about her. Both of them thought that the situation seemed highly alarming and went to Sarah's place
I'd be
along with
like,
her mother. When
oh,
they showed
no,
up at Sarah's
no.
place, they found her in the shower with nothing but her underwear on. She had no consciousness of where
Yeah,
she
you wanna know? I was
was
gonna
or
say
what was
100,
happening. The
like
uncontrolled nature
120.
of Sarah made her family immediately call in the
guessing around
paramedics
there.
for help. Sarah refused to seek any
Nothing,
medical
just
assistance
another
and
day.
said that she
I
didn't
feel
recall
that,
being
brother.
physical with Stephen. Though she
I
seemed
feel that.
sure that she hadn't engaged in any physical activities with him, her chest was covered with hickeys, which hadn't been there before. Despite her recalling no such memory, her SANE
About to
exam
go
came
up.
back indicating otherwise. On February 6, 2023, Sarah followed up her SANE results and went
Oh,
down to
so?
the police headquarters to have a detective appointed to look into her case. Law enforcement initially confronted Stephen on Valentine's Day, the 14th of February. According to his statement, what
Why?
happened on the unfortunate day of January 29th had an entirely different plot. Stephen said that Sarah consumed an even higher number of mimosas than what they were served at breakfast, which were followed by 2 shots of tequila. He claimed that while they were in the hot tub, things started to heat up between them, and Stephen asked her to come to his bedroom. He added that Sarah quite willfully consented to intimacy prior to engaging in being physical, and whatever happened between them was fully consensual. However, afterwards, Sarah vomited profusely while Stephen tried to help her with some water to drink. She didn't take the drink, but instead went for a shower to cool off and booked an Uber immediately after as she started feeling better. On March 22, 2023, Stephen Matthews was taken into custody on 3 counts of physical assault to his name. The word about Stephen's arrest spread like wildfire, and within a short span of time, the media all over Colorado had their eyes on the case. Stephen's bond was set at $50,000.
Bro, I'm
and
fucking
with the aid
picking
of
up
his
like
lawyers,
60
he
coins
was
right
out
now.
of
That's
jail
how
in no
broke I
time.
am.
The alleged trauma
60
suffered by
fucking
Sarah
coins off
accounted
these
for nothing
cocksuckers.
as
I'm
her
picking up.
perpetrator roamed freely. On March 27, 2023, a woman, who we'll refer to as Allison, called up the police to report on a similar incident. On January 25, 2023, only a couple of days before Sarah met with Stephen, he
Bro, it sounds like a guy I
allegedly
used
went
to
on a
work
date
with.
with Allison. The events proceeded in a similar pattern. The two of them met on Hinge and hit it off fairly quickly. The first date was fixed to be at a bar where Stephen took multiple tequila shots, while Allison remained sober, only settling in for a single cocktail. Since things were going great, the two headed for Stephen's condo together. After they went in, Allison excused herself to go to the washroom and found Stephen waiting outside the washroom with a drink in hand. He described it to be a tequila soda sort of beverage, but after having it, Allison felt seemingly abnormal and questionably imbalanced. Allison shared that her memories from then onwards were foggy, but she could remember him filming her at one point. She added that she even remembered Stephen trying to kiss her forcibly, but everything after that was non-existent in her mind. Although her memory was blurry, Allison vividly recalled leaving the apartment with no shoes on, and then heading back to get them.
Do you use any certain DNS for your Wi-Fi, or you just use
for quite a while, and weeks later, as Stephen's news hit the media, she immediately called up her nearest station to inform them about her own bitter experience. Shortly after, on April 19th, 2023, a third woman reported another similar incident to the police. Between the fall of 2020 and the spring of 2021, she'd met Stephen on Hinge. Stephen had invited her over for a date at his hospital with intentions of being physical. The shared text messages between them indicated him being into BDSM and suggesting that he liked choking. The woman was accustomed to men talking about explicit content like this on dating apps, but what happened next was something she would never have dared to imagine. After being offered a tequila soda sort of drink, she would black out and woke up in her own apartment later that night. Similar to Allison and the other women, her memories were completely wiped out as well. Over the next 9 days, police would receive over 7 to 8 calls reporting eerily similar incidents, all revolving around the same name, Stephen Matthews. In some cases, the date would pick up at a dog park, or dinner at restaurants, house dates, rooftop sunset watches, or simply enjoying a hearty board game. And in almost every single case, each woman would be offered a beverage laced with some unknown substance.
Face down, topless, completely passed out. I just came across her, and again, there was something in me that made me even think to take a photo to begin with.
None of the victims could recall what had actually happened to them, except for faint memories of Stephen. He had a great manipulative demeanor, as Stephen would always play the role of an absolute gentleman at first, complimenting the women and taking them out, treating them with utmost respect, which would later change within seconds as they stepped into his apartment. The recorded tapes indicated that Stephen would deliberately cross their boundaries and ask them uncomfortable questions. They'd be forced to down their drinks even if they didn't want to. The cases dated back to 2019 and were still flooding in. Apart from the drinks and the location of the incidents, there was another common pattern between them.
I hate doing Hunter,
was
though.
The hot
Hunter
tub.
Sucks.
College students often call hot tubs an accelerator,
Hunter,
as the heat
Steven,
generated from it acts as an enhancer, amping up the reaction to alcohol. Stephen quite clearly took advantage of his surroundings, making a solid plan to trap his victims, leaving no trail of evidence or proof that could be traced back to him. Stephen Matthews was announced to have a routine court appearance starting from May 2023. The case at the time was still focused on Sarah, but that was soon about to change. The court had him rearrested on May 15, 2023, as 9 other victims shared their own testimony against him. Stephen was dumped into a pool of charges that he didn't see coming. The count of his assault victims amounted to 13. Initially, they were counted as separate cases, but soon were merged together to build a strong single case altogether. Stephen's home was raided right after his arrest and had been under investigation for many months. The officiating judge for the case, Judge Eric Johnson, had ordered the investigating officers to stay away from Stephen's phone and laptop, as personal belongings could not be searched at that moment due to his correspondence with his attorneys. Law enforcement was looking into whether that would be counted as a breach of privacy, invading attorney-client privilege. Stephen's case certainly made a larger impact as well, as dating apps went under fire on the internet. The accounts which were made by Stephen Matthews to fish out his victims were repeatedly reported by all the women who were subjected to his plans. One of the alleged victims, known here as Jenna, even reached out to Hinge after getting her reports back from the SANE exam.
2020, she underwent a RUP exam and sent an email to Hinge about what she says happened. "We'll be taking immediate steps," wrote back Hinge. "We permanently banned him from Hinge," the company told her. But 4 months later, as she was on the dating app again, she again found his profile and again wrote Hinge on January 30th, 2021. "I was raped after a first date with an individual I met and communicated with via Hinge. He still exists within your ecosystem, she wrote.
I fucking
and is
skill
posing
it, brother.
a potential threat to other women within the
skiller.
Hinge community.
Jenna received a response within
I never
minutes.
did Slayer. Like, I did Slayer on this account late.
Different login credentials. We
I
have
did-
now permanently
I
banned
did
that
Slayer
account
on this
and
account
taken
late.
additional steps to ensure that he stays permanently off Hinge.
Sarah was the first known victim to release an interview.
Bro,
where
I
she
had
shared her
like
experience. She
skills.
added
I
how the
wasn't
app
even a member
rematched her
until
with
on this
Steven,
account until
even
I had
after
like
he was
80
supposedly
fishing, like
banned.
90
I should have
cooking.
never, ever
Like
even
I had
been able to
good
match with
fucking
him.
skills.
He should have never been able
before
to
I even
make
became a
another account.
member.
If they had
in this account.
listened to the multitude of reports that they had received about this person and just banned him in the first place, I would not be sitting here today having this conversation.
Sarah blamed the site for what she experienced on January 29, 2023. She suggested that whatever happened to her and many others could have been prevented if Hinge took the matter into account after countless reports and emails. Sarah shared that before going for the SANE test, she apparently
like Ted
texted
Bundy
Steven
today, boys,
to
would
let
be
him
just, like,
know. She
beasting,
informed
you know?
him
He'd
of how
have, like,
she'd
a
never
beast
blacked
in
out
ground
in
on
her
these
entire
people.
life, and the whole ordeal was quite
crazy.
unusual. So she wanted to take a blood test to make sure he hadn't slipped her anything in her drink. The text didn't indicate any blame. Instead, Stephen encouraged her to go forth with the tests, as he assured her he'd done no wrong. Sarah was gaslit into blaming her lack of memory on the amount she drank. Afterwards, when the reports were lodged with the Denver Police Department, Stephen was well prepared to deny all the allegations, claiming everything that happened on that day was consensual. Sarah knew by now that he'd been doing this for far too long, and in an eerily similar fashion. The utmost terror that each victim had to fight through, even while the case was being prosecuted, was gut-wrenching.
I wanted to keep the city that I grew up
14
in safe.
KXP, man.
And I didn't feel that I was being taken seriously or listened to enough.
Yo, Alex.
So I did what I needed
What's
to do
up?
to be heard. And I'm grateful
Hey, Sam.
that as a result, many other women came forward.
According to reports, another woman had a sit-in interview but wished to remain anonymous. We're not sure which of the victims she was,
We're
but
empty.
she experienced a similar ordeal
I'll be
like the other
back.
victims. The duration of the whole event was 7
You know what
hours,
that
within
means.
which she was offered a Bloody Mary while she was at Stephen's apartment. The only memory she could recall was running towards the
Let me
bathroom
kill
to
this
throw
fucking
up. Stephen
goofball.
even at one point forced her to please him, even when she repeatedly denied his advances. In the interview, she shared that prior to the engagement, she had no intention of being intimate with Stephen that day, and everything which was done to her was against her will.
Next memory is me upstairs in his bed. I can't remember going up there. I have no clue how we got up there. How quickly I was just, like, had no memory and was pretty incapacitated. I mean, there's no way 2 or 3 drinks would do that to me or even most people. I know I said no in some capacity, and I absolutely was not consenting to what was happening.
That day, she was picked up by her roommate, who later urged her to report the incident as she was showing clear signs of physical assault. In late April 2023, following his initial arrest in March, he renewed his medical license to continue his practice. The renewal process in the medical field takes place with little to no background checks. The lack of oversight in one of the most crucial fields of human resources is clearly astonishing. The applicants in the medical field are given full authority over what charges they may or may not want to share. On May 19, 2023, a panel
Preemptive
from the Colorado
cheers.
Medical Board met to discuss the misconduct
Fuck
of Stephen
off, kid.
Matthews as per the case. Following up closely with the court records and news reports related to the case, the biggest issue which was discussed in the board meeting was violation of the state's Medical Practice Act. Although Stephen continued to deny all allegations thrown at him, he agreed to refrain from his medical practice until the final outcome of his case had been released.
And at this time, on behalf of
Fucking
Dr. Matthews,
beat
would be
it, bro.
entering not guilty plea and asked to set for motions in trial.
After that, the judge set a trial date for March 4th, which could take up to 3 weeks. Matthews faces 51 criminal charges after 13 women came forward.
Stephen has currently been charged with 51 felony counts of drugging and alleged assault to over 13 victims. His last court appearance, dated October 6, 2023,
Guys.
was when Stephen pleaded not guilty to his charges. An unfortunate tale of modern-day romance that took a dark turn due to exploitation of a dating app. A medical professional who was in
Chat, let
service
me-
for over
let
9
me,
years used
my
this
beard,
medium
my
to
hair
make
grow.
advances towards women
On
without ever
June
disclosing
1st,
his
my
true
uncle's getting
intentions.
married.
Even after countless
June 1st.
reports, No one blinked an eye towards the
26.
victims until it was
I'm
too
gonna go
late.
get my hair
On
cut and
today's
shit.
date, personal
Can't wait.
information can be sold out to almost
Fuck yeah,
anyone at the
RuneScape,
snap
man.
of a finger. In a society where doctors are drugging helpless women and apps don't even have the slightest concern towards their users' safety, we urge our viewers to stay safe and take precautionary measures before meeting unknown people.
Blood runes, we'll take those. Stoner, bro. Imagine the last name Stoner. Oh my god.
The year was
I'd be
1987,
making money.
and Vallejo,
I'm
California.
telling you right now, if I had the last name Stoner, I would have my own pot shop called Stoner. Like, I'd be fucking world famous, I swear to God.
Kept a dark secret, the haunting
Unfortunately, this guy probably got murdered, but, like, telling you, if I had the last name Stoner, I'd be a fucking millionaire.
murder of Jeremy Stoner. On
This
February
should be so
21st,
iconic.
the small town was shaken to its core when 6-year-old Jeremy Stoner mysteriously vanished, leaving a community puzzled. 4 agonizing days later,
I say
the
that
young
and
boy's
I'd probably
body was
be born
discovered,
some, like,
spreading
little quiet
shock
child
through
or
the
some shit.
tight-knit community. However, as time passed, the case grew colder, and justice seemed elusive.
Bro, what the
Now,
fuck's
after
on his
36 years of haunting uncertainty, a breakthrough has emerged. Recent advancements in DNA technology have provided investigators with the crucial lead they needed.
Just like envisioning him yelling for me and his dad to help him, you know. So that's a lot of what I envision, a lot of, you know, trauma to him.
So, what could be the new breakthrough that the police uncovered? And did this breakthrough finally solve the case of Jeremy Stoner? Well, to begin the story, the Stoner family built their abode in the heart of Solano County. The loving family comprised Jeremy's parents, John and Karen Stoner. Married in 1980, they embraced the
They're
joys and
definitely
challenges of
stoners.
raising their beloved son, Jeremy, born in 1981. However, it was February
1981,
21st,
damn.
1987, when the coziness of a typical Sunday
forgot
in
I was on
Vallejo
multi-combat.
was about to be shattered for the Stoner family.
Body found days later on Sherman Island in Sacramento County.
We are in the process, as we have been for the last several days, of going throughout that area and looking for suspicious people, anything that may be suspicious that has come through that area.
On that fateful day, Jeremy's parents had to be away because of their jobs. So, Jeremy and his 2 brothers had to stay with a relative until their parents returned. However, the relative had to leave due to a medical emergency. She had to take her daughter to the hospital, so she asked the boys to stay back on their own. The boys decided to embark on a fun adventure and took a stroll in the neighborhood. Mischievous Jeremy even got scolded by a neighbor as he spilled ketchup. Around 3:30 p.m., Jeremy left from the neighbor's house. When Karen returned home, she thought the boys were
Back in
roaming
the
around in the
80s.
neighborhood and waited for them to get back. However, only 2 of them returned. As night fell, Jeremy's parents worried he was in trouble. They searched for him, but all they found was toys scattered with no signs of him. So they started asking neighbors for help. Soon, everyone in the community joined the search on Willow Lane. He was last sighted at a Dairy Queen on Springs Road, which was barely a 5-minute walk from his home. The police came across a worker who spotted Jeremy crossing the road with a man at around 7:30 p.m.
Looks like Fred
At this
Gallagher
point,
from the back.
Karen Stoner began
Or Frank
panicking.
Gallagher.
She knew he wouldn't cross the road with a stranger. To make matters worse, no one reported about finding Jeremy in any of the police stations in the vicinity. The Solano County Police quickly arrived, their flashing lights brightening the quiet streets as they joined in the search. They had no idea then that their search for Jeremy would uncover a crime that would haunt Vallejo for decades. 4 days after his disappearance, in Sherman Island, 4 people were stuck in the mud as they were driving down the road. The driver had to get out to check what blocked their path and was shocked to find a body without any clothes on him. Signs of resisting the assault were seen throughout his body. The neighborhood panicked as the grave crime meant other kids were also not safe, and it was essential to catch the culprit. A week after the tragic demise, Sean Melton, an unemployed security guard, went to the police claiming he might have found a clue about the murderer. He actually wanted to impress the officers with his cleverness and detective skills, but instead of being seen as a big shot, he ended up feeling like a confused suspect. The police believed he was trying to act like an interested amateur because he wanted to find out about their tactics. The detectives felt that Melton was suffering from multiple personality syndrome. Although they didn't have any conclusive evidence, they felt sure about him being the murderer. A chilling lead unfolded when Melton's own psychologist, like a puppeteer in this unfolding drama, called the station with ominous information just minutes before Melton's arrival. The psychologist revealed Melton's unsettling fantasies about boys, setting the stage for a mystery stranger than fiction. What commenced as a quest for justice transformed into a marathon of the mind, a 30-hour interrogation that wove together a web of intrigue. Polygraph tests, haunting sketches, and a proclamation by authorities that Melton harbored multiple personalities, with an alter ego named John Wolfe implicated in the crime. The lines between reality and the unknown blurred like figures in a foggy dreamscape. Arrested on March 4th, 1987, tried twice, and confined for 19 months, Melton's journey through the legal maze left him labeled, and even though he was never convicted, he was forever tethered to the shadows of suspicion. Defending Melton, Peter Four, his attorney, faced the challenging task of navigating 2 trials that ended in hung juries and mistrials. Despite Melton's innocence, the cloud of suspicion dwelt over him for 35 years, until October 2022, when the lead investigator, Kevin Coelho, laid his eyes on the 36-year-old cold case. Even after so much time had gone by, Kevin felt that justice should be served. He was a cold case investigator who stumbled upon the case and believed that the current technology could help him to find the truth. Kevin, armed with new DNA evidence obtained from Stoner's autopsy, initiated a thorough examination.
If DNA is collected properly and everyone follows the procedure, there's, in my mind, no better evidence in the world because it can prove conclusively who committed this crime.
Was Sean Melton actually the culprit? And most importantly, Kevin was curious as to how Sean became the culprit. To everyone's surprise, Sean Melton's DNA did not match the genetic material found on Jeremy Stoner's body. This also meant that the real killer was out there in the world unscathed and was enjoying his life after stealing the happiness from many others. The quest to identify the true perpetrator intensified. Who had long yearned for proving himself innocent, did not live to witness the vindication he deserved. His untimely death in 2000 left a void, and the uncertainty surrounding Jeremy Stoner's case continued to cast a shadow over his memory. Solano County District Attorney Krisha A. Abrams praised technology for revealing the truth, even though Sean Melton wasn't there to see it. But now, the right person was facing justice thanks to advanced science. As the community processed this news, Dr. Judy Ho, a clinical and forensic neuropsychologist, understood the pain of the Stoner family. It had been 36 years, and the discovery brought back painful memories and strong emotions to everyone involved. The impact on the family, who'd believed Melton was guilty for years, was huge.
Because I thought for 36 years, I believed that Sean Melton was the one who did it. Because the Vallejo police are 100% sure. They told me 100% sure.
This new investigation ultimately showed they were wrong, bringing some closure to a painful time. But the search for the real culprit continued, offering hope for justice for Jeremy Stoner and his family, who had suffered for so long. While speaking about Sean, what shone through was the
heartfelt plea of his mother,
How could you even believe what they say
after
Melton.
that? They're 100%
She said,
sure.
I
And
wish
it's
the
like, oh,
people
well, we
knew
got the
and
new guy.
believed him when he said he was innocent, echoed the heartfelt plea of his mother, Janice Melton. Sadly, despite his family's unwavering faith, the police had remained unmoved for years, standing firm in their conviction that he was the culprit. The initial phase of breakthrough felt like a turning point in the case. After the shocking remark about Sean Melton being innocent, justice seemed to be put off for a long time. So it was time to enter the final phase, where the real killer was to be brought in front of the law for justice which was long overdue. The same DNA evidence that had freed Sean Melton now pointed to a new suspect, Fred Kane III, a man with a dark past that echoed the chilling details of Stoner's murder.
The second level is think about the guy who was wrongly accused of this. I can't imagine a worse false accusation.
Fred Kane's DNA, previously undetected and now meticulously scrutinized, served as a crucial link connecting him to the 6-year-old boy. The forensic team employed an ultraviolet beam to unveil bodily fluid stains on the evidence collected from the crime scene. These invisible traces held the key to a partial DNA profile and offered a tantalizing glimpse into the identity of the perpetrator, the killer who was well hidden all these years. Armed with this partial DNA profile, investigators were on the brink of solving the puzzle. The next step involved obtaining a sample of Fred Kane's DNA for a conclusive comparison. The intersection of forensic science, perseverance, and the relentless quest for truth converged in a moment that promised justice for Jeremy Stoner and closure for a community that had endured the weight of uncertainty for far too long. Kane, age 69, was apprehended in Oregon on September 18, 2023, sending shockwaves not only through the Stoner family, but also echoing with Kane's own kin. It sure wasn't the ending everyone expected, but it brought justice to Jeremy Stoner, whom the world failed to protect. Due to the investigation's nature, the exact details regarding how Kane was connected to the case weren't revealed. In an interview, Kane's niece, Chris Breffel Delaney, reacted to his arrest. She was shocked, but not surprised, knowing his troubled history. Delaney bravely disclosed that Kane had abused her for years, but she didn't report it because no one believed her.
Angry man. He was very abusive. If he could physically abuse other family members, abuse me, he could absolutely do anything to anybody.
The statute of limitations prevented legal action until now. Despite her fear, Delaney spoke out, hoping to help investigators. The police suspected Kane in other crimes, including a similar case, Eric Coy, but solid evidence was needed for justice. Solano County's courtroom witnessed a heart-wrenching scene as Fred Kane III, now 69 and confined to a wheelchair, faced charges of murder, kidnapping, and other felonies. The entire court fell silent as the victims who spent years in guilt confronted the killer who took away their bundle of pride and joy, Jeremy's life.
This is hard for me.
Hard to be in that same room.
Yeah.
Gray-haired and handcuffed, Kane's appearance evoked the passage of time, yet the weight of the alleged crimes hung heavily in the air. His current appearance induced pity into everyone's heart. However, the crime he committed wasn't something that deserved any sympathy. Sheriff's deputies wheeled Kane into the courtroom, where the judge, opting for no bail, deferred the arraignment to October 12, 2023. The gravity of the charges resonated within the walls as Stoner's mother, Karen, and his brothers confronted the accused. Karen, reflecting on the traumatic memories, envisioned her son's cries for help, perpetuating the trauma that had endured for 36 years. In a heart-wrenching interview before the court hearing, Karen shared her enduring memories of Jeremy, a lively and carefree spirit who met a tragic end.
Bro, they did man so bad right there.
At the hands of a perpetrator who had eluded justice for decades. The arrest of Fred Kane unfolded as a momentous chapter in the Stoner family's quest for closure. Detectives, originally focused on Sean Melton, wrongfully accused and tried twice, now pointed to Kane as the true perpetrator. The case had taken an unexpected turn, bringing forth emotions of shock and disbelief from both families involved. Karen Stoner, resilient but scarred by the passage of time, expressed a mix of hope and unease at the same time. The arraignment's postponement hinted at the meticulous legal proceedings ahead, emphasizing the need for thorough examination in the pursuit of justice. In the end, justice found its way, and that felt reassuring to many such victims who were sunk deep in sorrow. Kane, 69, entered the courtroom in a wheelchair, a poignant symbol of the passage of time and perhaps a metaphor for the burden of guilt he may carry. Facing charges of kidnapping, assaulting, and murdering, his demeanor was stoic and not a word escaped his lips. The arraignment, a brief yet profound moment, unfolded as the judge continued proceedings to October 27, 2023, granting Oscar Bobrow, Chief Public Defender, additional time to navigate the labyrinth of evidence that spanned over 1,000 pages. The legal battle is still going on, and everyone's curious to know what the final verdict will be. What we know for sure is Kane's crime can't be forgiven, and the fact that he's escaped the law and lived his life fruitfully so far without guilt itself is infuriating. In the serious setting of Solano County Court, Fred Kane III, accused of committing terrible crimes, appeared for the second time. This time, he carried the weight of a decades-old cold case now opened by DNA evidence. As the judge's gavel echoed through the courtroom, nearly a dozen members of Jeremy Stoner's family occupied the gallery. The emotions ran high as John Stoner, Jeremy's father, expressed the visceral anger and pain that had simmered for 36 years. "I want to just climb over there and snap his neck. He is a monster," he declared, expressing his anger he had to suffer through for so many years. For Karen Stoner, Jeremy's mom, old wounds reopened. The horrible crime that took her youngest child's life still haunted her. I'll never forget that Saturday. It stuck in my head. He didn't get to live, she said, feeling the pain in her heart and struggling to find the words. the shockwave from Solano County cold case investigators,
Shepard
which had
took a
revealed that
knife to
DNA
the
evidence
eye.
linked Kane to the crime, reverberated through the Stoner family. Sherry Totten Walsh,
The
Jeremy's
grill.
aunt, also expressed gratitude for the truth having finally surfaced.
Right
I'm
to the
thankful
fucking
that the truth will
biscuit.
be coming out, and I'm thankful that Sean Milton wasn't convicted, because if he was, we would never find out the truth.
With official charges of murder, kidnapping, sodomy, and lewd acts, Kane, waiting for a sentence, is now in jail after being arrested in Oregon and is currently undergoing further investigation. As we conclude our exploration of the Jeremy Stoner case, we'd love to hear your thoughts. What are your thoughts about Sean Melton being forced to be the killer the police wish?
That's crazy. R.I.P. Sean. Big shot.
I think it's a good move, Hart. I think design doesn't really fit the team with TSM at all, in my opinion. Like how he plays and shit. I think that could be a really good team, Bood. I think it would be a really good team, in my opinion. It will just be really up to Jordan on if he can IGL with this draft system shit. That's in my opinion. It's really like, I think Jordan, Evan, and Zap on paper are really good. But it will be really down to if Jordan can fill my shoes when it comes to IGLing. And he has, and honestly...
What an egotistical way to put that. I am done with that. From EA? Yeah, I know. I was watching Verholz play earlier. Or yesterday. Pretty crazy. Pretty crazy how shit changes up super fast. Yo, it's pretty crazy how, like, they fucking... Hal told them before they went to land, like, totally cooked their mental, you know? This is crazy.
6 points in a 42-second span by Dallas to regain the advantage.
Chat,
We'll
you
see
guys
if the
are getting
Thunder-
muted. The desktop's getting muted, and I'm watching this basketball highlight. Because they'll take my channel down if I actually play this shit. Damn. Kyrie. I know my boy Jay was screaming at that. You curious to see how they do? That would be interesting. I don't know. They're both good players, but I can see them splitting weight soon. I can see Reps retiring and them TSM building around Evan. Oh my god. What the fuck? Oh! I was a Kobe and Shaq moment. Damn. That's pretty crazy. What an end to the fucking game.
You're an outdoorsman?
What an end to the fucking game. Holy shit. That's pretty fucking nuts. Hmm. 3 trades to fix the Blue Jays. Nothing's fixing the fucking Blue Jays right now, bud. Blue Jays suck. Damn, brother.
What you're about to see has not only never been seen before, but explains one of gaming's biggest and creepiest mysteries finally solved 13 years later with a jaw-dropping look at a secret deleted post-credit scene to one of gaming's greatest endings, the original Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3, and a look at what could have been for Modern Warfare 4. So to explain this mystery, let's rewind time back to 2011. Call of Duty Modern Warfare 3 released, completing the Modern Warfare trilogy with a very dramatic final mission called Dust to Dust, where the player, Captain John Price, with only one sole objective, to kill Vladimir Makarov. The level takes place entirely in the Hotel Oasis within Dubai, and the console codename for this mission is SP_Dubai. Now remember that because it's going to be very important in a moment. As we scour higher and higher up the hotel, we learn that Makarov is escaping and we have very little time to stop him. After hijacking a helicopter and losing control, we as Captain Price awaken to find ourselves on a glass ceiling that's about to shatter. But directly in front of us is Makarov, wounded and vulnerable. But before he can get away, we have one of the most satisfying endings in gaming history.
Perfection.
With Captain Price surviving the fall, he lights a cigar as we the players look towards Makarov's hanging corpse, knowing that everything is over. We have succeeded. The screen fades to black and the credits immediately roll. And that's all there ever was for the Modern Warfare 3 ending, right? Well, it turns out that Infinity Ward were planning more, much more. And data miners were able to discover within the files that this final mission had some secrets up its sleeve. Discovered within the ending itself is 3 ominous sound files, each with their own creepy and unnerving file names. And remember earlier when I told you this mission was codenamed Dubai? Well, this first sound file is labeled Dubai_Shadowman_enter. Following that is Dubai Shadowman exit. And the final being BT Dubai Finale Ominous Stranger, which is the background music that would have gone along with this scene. Combining all 3 sounds would give you this.
Okay.
Now, I don't know about you, but that is one of the creepiest sounds I've heard from any video game, let alone a Call of Duty video game. Now, these mysterious sound files have gone for many, many years, where this post-credit scene ending has gone entirely unknown. with people theorizing what this mysterious stranger could be and the references to this stranger being called Shadow Man. Now, of course, to any COD Zombies fan, you'll immediately relate that name to a character within Black Ops 3, but this is completely separate, referring to an unidentified person that is cloaked in shadow, entering this room at the very moment after the game's official ending. Now, the mystery unravels even more as there's references within the game's memory of this possible ending happening, with one being Mysterious Stranger Rimlight, which is an object used within this secret cut ending, Muse Start Stranger, which is the code to start the music for this secret cutscene, Dubai Finale Shadow Man Enter and Exit, referencing 2 unused sound effects, Star_Stranger, which is supposedly the level scripts to begin this sequence, and finally Dubai Finale Stranger Appears, which is referencing to another possible audio file. However, it doesn't exist within any of the archives of the game, and it's possible that the file was deleted before the developers decided to scrap the entire sequence. So with the developers leaving these breadcrumbs within the game files, this has remained a mystery for many years, where it was simply impossible for anyone to ever recover and find this cut post-credit scene. And that's until we get to today, 2024, where the impossible has been made possible, and this deleted post-credit scene can actually be seen for the very first time. Combining all of the previous sound files and restored game scripts, here is the cut Modern Warfare 3 post-credit scene for the first time ever. And just like that, this scene was supposed to set up the cliffhanger that would have been explained in Call of Duty Modern Warfare 4. And one of the biggest revelations from this post-credit scene that I think would have upset a lot of people at the time was that Captain Price does not survive the end of Modern Warfare 3. The most iconic character in the entire trilogy wouldn't have made it to the 4th game, so both Soap and Price would have died at the end of Modern Warfare 3. But after many years, we can finally see the mysterious character.
Bro, that's so cool. Damn.
Labeled as Shadow Man, an ominous stranger.
Fury?
And we'll discuss who that could be in a moment, but this incredible discovery would not have been possible without Yo-Yo One Love on YouTube. Through what feels like magic, he was able to completely restore this post-credit scene and was posted on YouTube by Vlad. I'll leave both of their links below. There is nothing custom in the way this was implemented. The way this post-credit scene happens is exactly how it was intended to before it was cut. And the very concept of being able to do this was not possible until very recently due to an anti-cheat mechanism that was in the PC version of the game. Now that has been solved, Pandora's box has seemingly been opened with the mysteries inside of this game. And there's no doubt that this post-credit scene, if it was included in the final game, would have broken the internet with theories and speculation on what could be happening in Modern Warfare 4. Now, due to how this shadowy figure is named in the files, we are not supposed to know who this is. So it's time for us to go theory mode on this, on who it could be. And from my opinion, the only person I think it could be is potentially Yuri. Earlier on in the level, he's wounded and we never see him again, but that doesn't mean his time was up purely from what happened to him earlier in the level. But just from an appearance point of view, it does look like Yuri. But with immense thank you to Vlad, who not only was the person that made me aware of this, but was also able to find in-game the exact model that this character uses. And he identified that the stranger uses what's called the Federal Guard Service Guy model, so it's just reused assets from a generic generic model used at another point in time in the campaign. One extremely cool fact, however, is there's a possibility that this character was reworked and used in the Call of Duty Ghost campaign because the model looks very similar to a character called Victor H. Ramos inside of Call of Duty Ghosts. So whilst this character model was cut from MW3, there's a chance that it could have been reused and reworked into Ghosts. But I'd love to know, even though we are 13 years on from the ending of MW3, who...
That's pretty fucking nuts. I want to see what the comments are on that video. I want to see what people are theorizing. It's pretty crazy. I ain't gonna lie.
What you're about to...
That's pretty crazy. Oh, he's a surprise side? Yeah, I figured he died as well, but just no. My right ear. Nick Fury. So disrespectful to that's like interesting. Interesting. That's pretty crazy. That's pretty fucking insane, bro. 250 blood veld. Damn, brother. It's a lot of money, though. That's what I'm looking for right now. Lots of fucking moolah, man. Nice, easy AFK-able moolah. How many fucking pods? 600? Damn. Brother. 6 mil. Time is it? 12:55. Fuck. I'm gonna go to bed. It's 12:55. Hope y'all have a good night. Stay safe. God bless. Catch y'all on the flip. That was pretty cool. Peace.